The story began in the city when a terrible monster caused panic and destruction in the streets. The city was frightened by the appearance of a strange monster, so people fled from the streets. William was standing in the middle of the road. People were running past him, and he was looking at the monster that was hovering over the city. At that moment, yellow lines appeared on the guy's face, and they spread across his face. His eyes fluttered. He saw this current spread through his body. He was glowing. William fell down and was frightened by what was happening. He saw red lines that he did not understand gathering around him. William felt severe pain that spread throughout his body. He found himself in the center of the ball, with strong energy around him that spread throughout the neighborhood. The explosion of a large amount of energy created a magical element. The magical element turned into a pink sphere. It descended directly over the guy's face and penetrated it. William opened his eyes in horror. He was scared and sweating. The guy lay in bed without moving, realizing that he had been able to awaken his talent, and everything he had seen was a dream. In fact, it all started centuries ago, when many portals from different dimensions opened on planet Earth. William got up and sat down by the window, looking out at the bustling city, which had become accustomed to this lifestyle. Different monsters came out of many portals. They destroyed everything and were a great threat to the survival of humanity. People were frightened. They were scurrying and running away from the monsters. However, the interdimensional energy contributed to the creation of talents in people, and some were able to awaken them in themselves. His sister knocked on the door, hoping that her brother had managed to awaken his talent. William looked at the stone he had found next to him after his awakening. The amulet glowed, its energy lines rose, and he noted that the level of talent was low. Will was upset, and cold sweat broke out on his face again. He got out of his bed and threw his amulet on the floor. William stood by the window, his state both saddened and angry, because with his low level of talent, how was he supposed to protect his sister? Sister Emma burst into the room, joyful and happy, expecting good news from her brother. Emma kept asking her brother if he had awakened his talent. She was looking forward to his answer. Her life depended on it. William looked down. He didn't look at his sister. He didn't want her to see him so weak. The only option was to lie to her about his result. Emma's surprise was overwhelming, and she admired her brother. William promised her that he would become a strong warrior, but first of all for himself, because he had to protect his sister, which was his main goal. Emma was sincerely happy for her brother. She never doubted that he was the best in the world. Emma invited Will to come with her because she had prepared his favorite dish to celebrate his talent. When he was about to follow his sister, he saw a glowing screen in front of him. William was surprised and did not understand what it was or how it came to be. Emma was hurrying William, but he didn't hear her. He was looking at the screen that contained the content of his status and talents. He read everything written on it over and over again, and he pronounced every word with remarkable clarity. William didn't hear his sister trying to reach him. He kept looking at his status as if he already knew the answer to his question. He cautiously approached the status window that opened in front of him. With every step he took, William realized that this was it. This was all the information about him, or rather about his talent that he had awakened. As he pondered his guesses, Emma took his hand and pulled him along. The moment the girl touched William's hand, a magical reaction occurred. The guy looked at his sister. He did not understand what had just happened and what kind of force it was. William looked at the status window, where a new tab with a new talent was opened. Freeze. He didn't understand the meaning of these words, how you can copy a talent. The status window changed, and there was a request to copy the talents or not. Just two options, yes or no. William got a new hope. He is not so hopeless anymore. He has a chance for a successful future. William went downstairs to his sister, where she was waiting for him with his favorite meal. All the dishes looked delicious, and a pleasant smell spread throughout the house. The brother and sister sat down to breakfast, and Emma tried to take care of William and make this day special. William wanted to try to copy the talent, which is a remarkable ability, but he couldn't do it with his sister because her main talent is better than his, as it is very rare. The guy remembered his parents, who died a couple of years ago, when his sister had put his favorite pork stew on. He got up and went to the photos of their parents, and he mentally appealed to them to be calm for their children. The city lives its own life. Everyone is in a hurry. They don't care about someone's grief or happiness. They have their own problems and joys. People are bustling around, walking, but one man is standing right in the middle of the road, watching the life in the city. This man was William, and he deliberately dressed in such a way so that he would not be recognized, because he did not know how his talent would behave. William stood in the center of the street. He tried to activate his talent, and as a result, the search for other talents began. However, the search radius was only 3 meters, and he was unable to find someone on whom to test his talent. William was disappointed that he didn't have the level of talent to test him. William is thinking about his next steps, one of which is to look into an academy where they test and teach you how to develop. But he wonders if his talent will change if he copies someone else. While walking around the city, William came up with the idea when he saw a billboard. 100 years ago, when people began to show talents, they decided to build 5 academies so that people could improve their abilities. William had the doors of the 5th academy in front of him, and the opportunity to raise his talent level and become a strong warrior. In fact, many people with different levels of talent studied there, but the advantage was given to those with an average level. William, with his talent for copying the talents of others, can become better than others. Many people want to enter the 5th Linhai Academy, but it's not that easy. You have to go through physical training first. Mr. Richard, a strict teacher, will train with the newcomers to see their level of training and whether they can do his exercises. The newcomers listened attentively to Mr. Richard, sat in the lotus position, and tried to reproduce the trainer's actions. At the first test, one of the boys felt sick and fainted, which meant to him that he was weak. William did not pay attention to what was happening around him. He focused all his attention on the exercise. William was annoyed that he could not concentrate the energy vortex at the level of the chest. He was looking for the problem of why he could not do it. Richard was angry and disappointed in the newcomers because no one could complete the task, which meant to him that they were the worst students. The coach drew the attention of the newcomers to Daniel so that they could follow his example and strive for the best. William did not like the way the teacher praised a certain Daniel. William approached Brian to find out who Daniel was and what he was about. Brian was happy to tell William about the boy's achievements and that he had a unique talent, because it is impossible to become a student of the academy in just 6 months. Brian boasted to his new friend of Daniel's autograph, which he had taken on the first day of his admission. Brian had a plan with this autograph, so that when Daniel reached the strength level of the main academy, he could sell this leaf and have good proceeds. In the courtyard of the academy, students were heard shouting and cheering for Daniel. Among the crowd of girls stood William, showing off and posing to make more noise and praise from the students. Brian left William and quickly ran to Daniel, shouting for him to sign. William finally saw Daniel, who had the strength to compete with his mentor, and he had an opinion about this guy. Daniel could not be happy about the people's praise. He thanked them for their support, although it was only a disguise. William saw the status window again, but not his, but Daniel's, and that was exactly what he needed. William also decided to join the people and congratulate the successful student of the academy. Daniel began to calm the students down, even though he didn't really want to. The crowd calmed down a bit and listened attentively to Daniel, who wanted to encourage them instead of the teachers. In order to get closer to Daniel, William decided to flatter him and shake his hand. A whole line formed to see Daniel, because everyone wanted to shake hands, and Daniel wished everyone the best and inspired them to continue their studies. Most of them were girls. Each of them was delighted with him, and he wished them success. Daniel held out his hand to the next student and encouraged him to shake it. It was time for William to approach Daniel and make the same gesture, which led to a line of people lining up. William smiled slyly and looked at Daniel's outstretched hand, for soon he would be able to try his hand at it. The 2 boys stretched out their hands for a firm handshake. And boy, did they finally shake hands, and the same magical connection was formed as with his sister. William and Daniel were standing opposite each other. The boy was saying the same phrase, and William's thoughts were hidden in a thought that he could apply to this student. Daniel left the students, and the students shouted various wishes after him, but he no longer paid attention to them. William looked after him, realizing that he had succeeded. It was already dark inside the academy, and it was raining heavily outside. A status window appeared, where the next step was to merge with the new talent and ask for a yes or no. William was in a cave near the academy, wondering what would happen after the merger, and he was also worried about whether he would have his talent. He closed his eyes, and the vision he had when he awakened his talent flashed. It was so painful when his body received so much energy, and to experience it again through memories, as if he had been lifted into the center of a glowing ball that was full of a lot of magical energy. William reflected on the vision and what it might mean to him. William looked at the status window and decided to do it. No matter what, he would never know if he didn't try. Will pressed the yes button and it lit up, so it was time to merge. William was fully concentrated, sitting in the lotus position. He could feel the energy around him accumulating. At that moment, William felt a strong pain in his chest and sweat broke out on his face. The pain was excruciating. It went completely through his body. William's scream was full of pain and horror. He got down on all fours. The merger was very painful. He wanted to grab onto something, but there were only stones around him, and wild screams and nails scraping on the ground were heard in the cave. William's face was full of horror and fear, and he was in hellish pain. The storm was getting worse and worse. There were terrible magical lightning bolts scattered all over the sky. William was already catching his breath after the merger and staring at the thunderstorm. His breathing was labored and his body was emitting magical smoke. A status window appeared where the information about him had already been updated and he had reached a new level of perfection. William's smile was sly. He had copied the talent and his level of excellence was higher. The pain he had just gone through was worth the new status. William sat down in front of the screen and new information came up that was completely new to him. His ability had a peculiarity. It had a recharge that lasted a month. William was shocked by this news because within a month he would not be able to copy the talent, and as a result he would not be able to improve his status. William decided to try an exercise that the teacher showed them, but then he was unable to perform it because of his low level of talent. A clot of energy was formed, which increased and, with the help of a sinkhole, collected magical energy. William opened his eyes and saw a vortex of energy in front of him. Apparently it was the same energy vortex, and he managed to form it at the level of his chest. It was very easy for a person with an average level of talent to perform such an exercise. William thought that with his abilities he could become not only a warrior, but an elite, or even a great warrior. William was determined to try new feats and tricks to increase his level of talent, and especially his strength. It's been a month since William merged with Daniel's talent, and now he can copy someone else's talent again. It was night on the streets of the city with the bright glow of the moon illuminating everything around. From somewhere, a strange white wolf was flying or falling rapidly. It was evil and certainly did not have good intentions. The streets were calm. People were walking around without feeling any danger to their lives. During his walk, William was deep in thought, realizing that he had already made the first step. He had become a student at the academy, and that he still had a long way to go to become a warrior. He didn't pay attention to the father and daughter talking about the goodies. He was thinking about how to outdo Daniel, since he was training with the head of the academy. The red magic lines were flying rapidly behind someone, and I could feel the strong energy from them. Behind William, he heard the crash of a broken lamp, and the silhouette of the wolf flew straight into the man. William decided to see what was going on, and he was surprised by what he saw. The wolf was the size of a car and hovered over the body of the man it killed, its eyes focused on the little girl. The girl started screaming and crying. She saw everything that happened to her father. The monster began to growl at her, white vapor of anger coming out of its mouth. William could not even move from what he saw, his gaze frozen on the beast and its victim. People who were vacationing nearby were stunned by this picture. They were frightened. Panic broke out in the streets. People were running away from the monster, but William did not move. He was watching the monster, waiting for its next move. William is confused. It's the first time he's seen monsters so close. The beast was still bending down to its victim to make the final touches. The monster turned around and aimed at the little girl who was crying and watching the whole time. He began to run. His image was terrifying, and William managed to react and take the girl away from the clutches of this monster. William realized that it would be impossible to escape from him. He was too fast. A warrior with a sword in his hand quickly appeared above them, and there was a really large accumulation of light and strong energy around him. With a single swing of his sword, the warrior pierced the ground, aiming to hit the monster, which flew into the air, and William stopped and stood aside with the girl in his arms. The monster dodged the fragments of stone that were flying at it, trying to attack the warrior. The beast had landed and was preparing to attack. Its roar was terrible and terrifying, and its demonic trail was wafting away. The hero was determined to destroy the monster and protect people. His face was focused on the monster, and he decided to apologize for being late. William put the girl down and asked about this hero, whom everyone calls Captain Windwolf. He told William to protect the girl, and he would handle the Silver Moon Wolf himself. As it was a common thing for heroes, they were used to fighting monsters. The girl was very afraid of the beast, so she hid behind the boy, while William took on a new challenge. The hero ran with all his might at the terrible monster, screaming, as all warriors usually like to say a few kind words to their enemy. There was a terrible struggle between the beast and the warrior. Sparks flew from the clashes of energy, from the blade of the sword that tried to wound the wolf. William saw a terrible picture of the struggle and covered the girl's eyes with his palm so that she would not see it, as she had seen enough. It was a bit difficult for the warrior. The wolf turned out to be a strong opponent. Captain Windwolf was trying to catch a wolf with his sword strokes, but each sword blade missed the target because the silver moon wolves were very fast. The captain was already furious with these games to catch that terrible beast. The wolf was circling around the hero, and it was very difficult to catch it. But the captain was not alone on this battlefield. The silver moon wolf howled to show its power over the hero. A bunch of heroes appeared with their swords and attacked the wolf, but the wolf managed to slip out from under them. The heroes were a bit shocked and started calling for the captain as the wolf was heading for him. The wolf was rapidly chasing the captain, but he was only glad that help had arrived. Captain Windwolf was already prepared and waiting for the monster to attack. The other warriors behind the wolf went to the captain to help him defeat the monster. The swords were already shrouded in the demonic magical trail of the monster. The soldiers managed to pierce the silver moon monster with their sword blades. One of the warriors could not determine whether they had killed the beast or not, as there are many nuances about monsters and their characteristics. Captain Windwolf's attention was drawn to the monster's unusual movements, which could mean that this was not the end of the battle. The silver moon wolf howled, its snow-white color began to change, and it turned to bright red. The wolf began to howl and growl, and it turned red, which meant that it had entered another state, a blood flash. Due to the energy that formed around the wolf, the heroes were thrown back by an energy wave. William kept looking at the fight and asked about the captain's condition, because their lives and the life of the city depended on him. The furious and angry wolf began to run away from the group of warriors. William was surprised by the behavior of the beast. He did not expect to see such a development. Above the street, you could see the visible red trail the wolf had left behind. Captain Windwolf was determined. He was not worried about it, because the silver moon wolf could not escape from them. The energetic silhouette of the wolf was heading straight for the archer, standing on the roof of the building. The archer was already waiting for the silver moon wolf and was ready to attack it. Immediately she let go of her arrow so that it would find and hit the target. The silver moon wolf flew swiftly over the city, leaving a visible red trail in its wake. The beast was angry and irritated, and the arrow was too close to it to miss. The arrow hit the beast right in the neck and pierced it, and the wolf howled in pain. The silver moon beast fell to the ground in a thunderstorm, its fall rippling down the street, with Captain Windwolf and William watching it with a girl hiding behind its leg. The warrior mockingly told the beast not to move, because it was too weak to fight anymore. The boys' heroes praised the archer for hitting the beast directly, and they all rejoiced at the victory over the monster. The boy watched the warriors gathered around the wolf and discussed battles, and he saw something he did not expect to see. He was shown a monster status window with all the talents he possesses. The guy could not understand what was happening, how he could see the monster's talents. The paw of a powerless monster twitched and he began to come to. Before William could recover from the monster's talents, it began to come to life and rise from the ground. A group of heroes were talking to each other, discussing the latest events and how they don't like to fight such fast monsters, because they are a lot of trouble, despite the beast. Captain Windwolf started shouting for them to react in time when he saw a conscious monster. The soldiers, not understanding why their captain was shouting, turned around to find out what had happened. Seeing that the beast was alive, they surrounded it in a circle to attack it from all sides. The wolf growled terribly after its awakening, proving that this is not the end of the battle. The soldiers began to run to him. They didn't know what to do because monsters are really resilient. A couple of well-aimed blows don't always mean death, so the captain took him on, because he was already weak. Captain Widwall did not forget about the boy and ordered him and the girl to get out of here because it was dangerous. William stood there as if he hadn't heard the captain, but he didn't bother to call out to him to wake the boy up. William had a crazy idea to try to copy his talent. William accelerated and began to run toward the monster, but the captain could not understand why he was doing it because it was a ridiculous decision. William jumped up and swung at the monster to touch it, and he successfully did so. A status window appeared saying that the talent had been copied and that his crazy idea had been successfully executed. William had no further plan of action but to touch the monster, so he decided to jump on it. William was already sitting behind the beast and tried to strike it. The guy was successfully striking the wolf. With every touch there were status windows about copying the talent. The boy was very fond of beating the silver moon wolf. William's hands were covered in blood, and he beat the beast with great ferocity. Captain Windwold went up to William and grabbed his arm to calm him down because the monster was dead. The guy regained consciousness and verified the captain's words that the wolf was definitely dead. Anger at the wolf did not let go of William's hands, and clots of the animal's blood fell to the ground. Captain Windwold was shocked that William had copied the talent and first needed to clean up a bit after the battle and put everything back to the way it was. Captain Windwolf gave his team tasks to take away the corpse of the wolf and the man, and the archer had the task of taking care of the girl. Captain Windwolf thanked William for his help in fighting the monster and wanted him in his group when he became a warrior. William was surprised and happy to hear such words from such a strong warrior. The group of heroes has already finished cleaning the street from the fierce battle, and the neighborhood has regained its previous shape. William went into the city restroom and began to thoroughly wash his hands of the blood that had already hardened on his palms. William began to wash away all the evidence of his fight with the monster, because he could not appear in front of Emma in that form. William was stuffy and sweaty, and his breathing was labored. It was already dark outside, and the city was resting after the brutal events. William had already approached his house and was opening the door to enter. William was quite sad and tired after a tiring day. He went inside and headed for the next room. He calmly walked into the kitchen, and his sister caught his attention. Emma was already sleeping sweetly with a pillow under her head on the sofa bed, not even waiting for her brother. Emma called out to her brother through her sleep, her face so calm and serene. William stood in front of Emma's bed and watched her sleep soundly. William saw the dinner that had been set for the two of them, and he wanted to tell his sister that it was the first time he had seen the monster. William started cleaning up, washing everything and putting it back in its place. He covered his sister with a blanket, and the thoughts of the monster haunted him, and they were hundreds of times more terrifying than when he had listened to stories about them. He looked at his sister and knew that for the sake of her and her safety, he had to become a warrior as soon as possible. William opened the door and entered his room and walked to his bed. He sat down and began to think about the monster's talents, and if it was possible to copy them, whether they could merge with the human body. A status window appeared in front of his face, displaying all the information about the silver moon wolf. William's gaze grew sterner as he carefully studied the beast's talents. Looking at this screen where two talents were written about speed and a talent for blood, he realized that this time the merger could be even more painful than the last time. He clutched a piece of cloth in his hand. He had to become stronger for his sister's sake. William took the canvas in his teeth and squeezed it hard. He was determined to do it. The screen changed and the copying of the speed talent started. His eyes were crazy and he was extremely determined to be ready for more pain. William fell to the floor and got down on all fours, and the pain was hard to bear. William began to scratch the floor with his nail in unbearable pain. The scratching was terrible. The pain was even worse than the previous one. The bones in my whole body seemed to be on fire. Something strange was happening to William. His body was deforming and taking on a new shape. William's leg began to lengthen. It took on a new shape. He threw up from the painful sensations, dropped the canvas from his mouth, and screamed at the top of his lungs. William fell to the floor and thought his leg was broken, because it didn't look like the usual one we are used to seeing. He looked confused and worried that the copying had failed. William's eyes showed fear that this was the end, and he would die because he couldn't finish copying. William began to call his sister, who was sleeping on the lower floor and did not hear his brother's screams. The morning came, and for many people it was an ordinary morning, except for William. He passed out on the floor in the middle of his room from the bright light that entered his room. William, with a look of horror on his face, abruptly rose from the floor and screamed. William was confused, looked at his hand, and did not understand how he was still alive, what had happened, and how it could be explained. William quickly examined his leg, and it won as usual, as if nothing had happened. He tried to hit it and succeeded quite easily, with red magic marks appearing from the impact. William began to test his body. It was light and fast. William stopped, his gaze fixed on the talent status window. The status window was updated, and now it had a new talent, speed, which meant that the copy was successful. The territory of the academy was very large, with many training complexes, old and memorable buildings, gardens and groves. Something strange was happening in the grove of the academy. William was running at high speed. In the middle of the forest, you could see the magical lines that William left behind after using his talent. William was running around the grove, jumping from high rocks, apparently wanting to know the possibilities of this talent. William was joyful and happy, and it was like a game to him. William looked ahead, his gaze calm and happy, eager for new challenges. William jumped from a very high cliff and fell straight to the ground at high speed. The guy got to his feet, and quite a powerful energy was emanating from him, and its traces could be seen. William's eyes grew crazy and he ran again, but not with the same joy as before. A small leaf that had fallen off the tree during William's jump was slowly sinking down. The boy put his hand out to gently catch the leaf. He crushed the leaf, and the boy was impressed by the silver moon wolf's agility. William quickly jumped on a rock that lay in the middle of the valley in a grove. William sat down in the lotus position, which is what people usually do when they want to focus and start working magic, and that's what he did. He trained his strength because he lacked it as a warrior. The guy wanted to find a way to improve his talents as quickly as possible. Brian went into the grove and made William and started shouting loudly to get his attention. Brian was getting closer and closer to William. He was looking for him all over the academy, and William was training in a grove farther away from the other students. Brian was surprised and laughed a little at William because he had already become a student at the academy. Brian began to whisper to William, asking him if he knew how to become stronger, and the boy was interested in this topic because he was looking for it. A little angrily, Brian told us about the monster's blood, and that if you drink it, you can improve your talents. William categorically rejected this idea. He was disgusted to even think about it. Brian was stubborn and boasted that he had advanced faster than William because he drank the blood of monsters. William was surprised that the blood of monsters could have such an effect. William was disappointed and angry with himself because he had lost a lot of blood from the silver moon wolf. Brian kept telling William about another way to help him improve his skills. William enjoyed listening to Brian, and he wanted him to tell him everything about any ways to improve. The academy's management unofficially created a zone where the exams of the 5 academies were held, and their main prize was a bowl of monster blood. Brian and William discussed this way some of the strongest animals there were wiped out, and only their subspecies remained, and their level was low. William began to think about Brian's offer. It was attractive and worth fighting for. Brian cautiously invited William to join his blood collection team. William thought about Brian's suggestion, deliberately speaking his words in stretches and pauses. Brian was a little afraid of William's answer because he told him all about how to become a better person because he considers him his friend. William calmly declined Brian's invitation to join the group with a slight smile. Brian was disappointed with the rollback because he thought they were friends, but it turned out that William was heartless. William turned around and started walking away, and Brian started running after him and shouting that they would still be friends, even if he didn't want to join the group. William realized that his abilities must not be found out, so the only option he had was to act alone, so he could definitely get the cup. Another month of training at the 5th Linehan Academy has passed. Principal Johnson was angry that William had come to the exam registration, as this information was supposed to be secret, and participation in such institutions was by invitation only. William could not understand the principal because he had the right to sign up for the exam, as he was a student of the academy. Principal Johnson laughed at the young student who was so eager to take the exam. Director Johnson took a piece of paper, but he was in no hurry to write anything down, because he was giving him a chance to change his mind and live longer than he could now and not die in the test. William stiffened and tried to contain his aggression when he was hit in the face with a piece of paper. William bent down to pick up a piece of paper which flew to the floor. It was a waiver agreement that in the event of death there would be no claims against the persons who conducted the exam. Mr. Johnson was strict, and in order to get to the exam, you had to sign this document. He was a little shocked by this news about the contract, as he did not expect that it was possible to die on the exam. Mr. Johnson started shouting at William if he was not ready or afraid to die, so he had to leave. William looked at him, wondering if he was ready to take such a step. William left the principal's office and walked down the corridor of the academy, which was quite crowded. William walked resolutely down the hallway, completely satisfied with himself. He knew he was doing this to improve his talents and become a warrior as soon as possible. William still signed the contract with his name on it. Principal Johnson mocked the students, who did not yet know that this was not a simple exam. He smiled slyly, because there would be no turning back for them, and it would be too late to regret what they had done. A new day had begun in the city and the sun was already high in the sky. Emma had just woken up and got out of bed and rubbed her eyes to keep from falling asleep. She started to get ready, got out of bed and headed out of the room. Emma went down to the kitchen, still sleepy, and started calling out for her brother. Emma made a little movement, stretched her neck to wake up. Emma saw a table set up with lots of the goodies she loves. There was a note from William on the table under the mug saying that he would be gone for 3 days because of an event at the academy. Emma began to worry about her brother, whether he would be okay during these 3 days, as he was the only family member she had left. The place was disturbing. Everything pointed to a difficult task of survival, an abandoned building, gloomy weather, and a strange crow sitting on one of the beams. A terrible cry of crows sounded over the destroyed area, and they all took to the air and began to make a racket. The ruined city was terrifying and fenced with wire fishing line. The students who were not afraid to come to the exam gathered in front of the fence, and 3 men with weapons stood in front of them. The students gathered near the Academy's flag 5 to discuss and share their impressions of the area and their expectations. William was surprised to see such a crowd of students, although it's not surprising since all 5 academies are participating. One of the students from the Elite Academy was surprised that students from the 5th Academy were allowed to take the exam. They were not happy with this decision, as they believed that they were not capable of anything. David looked slyly at the students of the academy. He was glad in advance that there would be fewer weaklings. Jonathan supported David. His position was steadfast and convincing, that the fewer weaklings there are, the more opportunities there are for the strong. Brian pointed William to one of the students of the First Academy, Jonathan Wilson, who was a genius at that academy. Brian said that Jonathan is the strongest of the Wilson family. William was a little annoyed because he doesn't like people who are so arrogant and conceited. The blade of the sword hit the ground on the side of the First Academy, creating sparks. An irritated Stephen was already holding his sword in his hand and heading toward David and Jonathan. The student began shouting angry words at Jonathan, threatening his life. Jonathan was bold and self-confident. He had no doubt in his abilities to repel the attacker's attack. William was surprised to see the boy and began to ask Jonathan about him. Brian told William that he was Stephen from the Second Academy and that he had once lost to Jonathan. The principal appeared in front of the students. He was stern and ordered them to keep quiet. Richard started shouting loudly at the students and calling them ignorant. William was angry with the director because he had no right to call them names. One of the students started shouting to Stephen and cheering for him, wishing him good luck. Stephen was embarrassed and pleased that people were rooting for him, but he did not understand whether this guy was not afraid of Jonathan. The rules of the exam were announced over the loudspeaker. No fighting outside the territory, and if anyone violated them, they would be disqualified. Stephen was angry after hearing what he had heard. He told Johnson what a lucky man he was this time. Stephen took and twisted his sword and hid it behind his back. Stephen turned to Jonathan again and warned him that if they entered the territory, he would kill them. Jonathan was not afraid of Stephen's threat. He just laughed at him with a cheeky laugh. Stephen approached a group of students from the Fifth Academy and addressed a boy who was rooting for him and wanted to know his name. William answered Stephen seriously that it was him from the Fifth Academy. Stephen said that he had a good name, but he didn't realize what he was doing because he was challenging Jonathan. There was a window of talent for Stephen, who had a sword talent and a 2nd level. William looked at the window and thought it was a pretty good talent. He decided to reach out to Stephen so he could copy him. William was gracious and wished Stephen good luck in the wilderness and in defeating Jonathan. Stephen was pleased to hear this and nodded his head in appreciation. Stephen also wished him to stay alive, and they shook hands. A magical impulse formed between them, which meant that William managed to copy his talent. The loudspeaker started working again and announced the start of the test. The 2 men barely opened the gate to the desert and allowed the First Academy students to enter. A group of students from the First Academy began to run quickly toward the gate. David and Jonathan quickly flew into the gate. They were serious about winning. Brian was happy to see the gates open and the exam begin. Brian hurried to his team and wished his friend good luck, and added that he would see him outside, while William stood next to Stephen, shouting at him to be careful. Stephen started warming up and explaining to William that the First Academy comes first, the second, and the 5th last, that this is the rule of the world, and it is cruel. Stephen left William to join his team, wishing him good luck in the test. William stood and watched Stephen move away and tried to set himself up for a serious fight. William began to move quickly toward the mountain. He was determined. William jumped up and began to push himself up from one tree to another to get to the top. William landed among the trees and threw off his backpack with a sword and arrows and a bow. He opened a talent window where the knife talent had already been successfully copied. When William decided to merge with this talent, he felt severe pain again, and something strange began to happen to his body. William's arm began to hurt, as if it were breaking, like the one with his leg. William was in a lot of pain, but he was slowly getting used to it after the last 2 fusions. He tried to motivate himself by saying that he had to be strong to endure this pain. Among the forest, a trunk of energy was visible as the talent merged with William's body. William finished the fusion procedure, his eyes glowing with pink light. William already felt full of energy and tried to try out his new talent. He began to swing his sword, cutting down all the trees around him. The trees began to crash to the ground with a whimpering noise and a lot of dust. A window appeared with William's talents. There were already 3 of them, cultivating speed and knife talent. William felt strong and determined to complete the test. The loudspeaker blared again, inviting the 4th Academy to the arena. William and Brian's team were ready and waiting to be invited to the arena. William walked along the road of the destroyed city in complete solitude. His footsteps were quiet and he moved like a shadow in an abandoned city. Something strangely long and green wriggled behind William, its skin glowing bright green. The guy heard strange sounds out of the corner of his ear. He stopped and tried to listen to what it was. Behind William, a terrible large snake rose up, but the boy did not show panic. He quickly drew his sword. William looked carefully and studied the profile of his opponent. William quickly turned around and was about to attack the monster. William quickly jumped to the top to be taller than the monster, but the snake did not take its eyes off him. It hissed. Confident in his abilities, William swung at the snake to strike. With a single jerk, William cut the snake in half, and the snake screamed in pain, with thick smoke coming out of its mouth. William crouched down and began to watch the snake's behavior. The 2 halves of the snake fell to the ground, and William hurried to collect the bonus. It was a small yellow ball, which meant a +1 bonus to the total score. William put his bag down on the ground and put the ball in it. The monster was weak enough for him. The rules of this exam were simple. Kill more monsters, the more the higher your ranking becomes, and you can get a reward for each place, and William still has a long way to go. William jumped high enough and started hunting for stronger beasts. Not far from William, a sound came, someone's cry for help. William moved quickly around the city in search of his next victim. William heard a cry for help and noticed where it was coming from. William stood on the roof of a house and saw one of the disciples being surrounded by wolves. William noticed that it was the same guy. Brian was his friend. He was scared. He didn't want to die here. It was too early for him. The wolves were furious and began to chase the poor disciple, who was trying his best to escape from them. William realizes that the situation is not pleasant for him, so he decides to help him out, and he can also get a couple of additional bonuses. William took his bow, which was behind him, and aimed at one of the wolves. William released the arrow from his bow, and it rushed to its target at a rapid pace. Srila hit Wolf, who had almost caught up with Brian. Brian did not understand what had happened. He looked at the wolf with a fear of death that went through his body. William jumped from the roof of the building to the ground. Dust formed beneath him, and he barely braked. William sideways glanced at Brian and offered him a deal to help him in exchange for points. Brian was very scared and shouted and warned his friend against the evil wolves because he doubted William's abilities. William no longer heard Brian. He already had experience and a plan to deal with them. William began to transform into some other creature by activating his talent for speed. The evil wolves watched the boy in the center of the circle, around whom blood flashes gathered. William's limbs began to change shape, and he looked like a wolf. William began to activate a new ability that had a shade of blue. A talent for fencing. In his eyes, he had already formed a plan of action. He was determined to destroy those. William began to quickly and easily deal with a bunch of wolves with the help of both a power sword and a new wolf image. Brian stood still, shocked at what was happening on this battlefield. William dealt with all the monsters that threatened Brian, and he stood in awe of his friend. He did not realize that he had so much strength. William was quite good with his sword. It was smeared with the blood of these monsters. William leaned over the wolf's corpse to collect the points for which William had protected Brian's life. William opened his backpack and put a couple more balloons with points in it. William asked Brian if he planned to continue taking the exam, but it turned out that he was not ready for such events. Brian was very upset and disappointed with himself. He was too weak to pass such a dangerous exam and was glad to be alive. Brian's teammates were all seriously injured. No one else could handle such a dangerous task. He had to take care of them. William exhaled, and even though he doesn't know how to be supportive, it was the only thing Brian could do at the moment. William was about to go on hunting when Brian called him. Brian warned William about the monsters that lived deep in the zones as if they were not real. William repeated in surprise. He didn't understand that it meant they weren't real monsters. They were ghosts, or what they were doing. It turned out that there are classes of monsters, or rather their evolution, which includes 3 stages: beast, pseudo-monster, and monster. Brian also told William about the plans of the First Academy, that they want to attack the snake, which is a pseudo-monster. Brian emphasized this creature, and he's still offering 500 points to whoever kills it. William was delighted to hear this, as he would definitely benefit from such a score. William approached Brian and started shouting where to find this pseudo-monster. Brian pointed out the direction to look for this snake. The red marks of William's use of talent could be seen above the city. William began to run harder and harder, leaving Brian behind. He was determined to get the 500, and he was going to take first place. Brian wished William good luck and to take care of himself. William kept running around the city in search of a 10-meter snake, leaving red magic trails behind. William froze and turned around to see a man approaching him. William slowed down and saw one of the students of the First Academy lying still. A little further, there were still students of the First Academy, probably the enemy. William realizes that all these dead people are students of the First Academy, and that their uniforms give them away, because they are different in all 5 academies. A little further away from the corpses, there was an explosion of a building on one of the streets of the destroyed city. William uses the talent of speed to move around, and he moves between points in a matter of seconds. William landed on the roof. Everything below was in flames, and the buildings were very destroyed. William looked down and was shocked to see such a pseudo-monster. A bunch of students tried to attack the monster, but they failed. The snake turned away from their attacks. Jonathan tried to support and motivate people to move forward. The students of the First Academy tried to attack the pseudo-monster again. One of the students struck the snake hard, but it didn't have the result most expected. The disciples asked the master that he could now attack and kill the snake. David was ready to launch his final attack, but when he approached and tried to strike, he was thrown back by the wave. The pseudo-monster roared, sending fear to everyone, even though he was exhausted. But such creatures are not easy to defeat. The self-confident boy took the initiative to defeat this monster. He jumped to a height above the pseudo-monster's head to strike it in a vulnerable spot. The student pierced the monster's body and purple liquid came out. He pierced the head of the pseudo-monster with his sword blade, squeezing it deeper and deeper. When the owner rejoiced at his victory, the snake struck him with one horn and threw him off his head. The guy flew with great speed and force into the wall of a building, making a hole in it. The guy was beckoning like crazy with a reward for killing a 10-meter snake. Blood began to gush from the snake's head, and it began to lose its orientation in space. From the burning building, they asked whether this pseudo-monster had been defeated. William was angry with himself because he did not have time to kill the monster before the student of the First Academy did. The owner ran to his team and accepted their praise and congratulations for overcoming such a monster. He was happy that now he would definitely take the first place where he said he was rightfully. We heard sounds where the snake was lying. It began to come to life and growl terribly. The serpent rose to its full length, full of strength. Its image changed to an even more sinister one than before. The end of the snake's tail knocked down all the disciples and threw them away, and the master could not understand why the snake was still alive. Most monsters that are killed for the first time transform into a state of blood flare, and this is what happened to the snake. The snake changed its class from a pseudo-monster to a full-fledged monster. The owner was terribly frightened by this development. He had never seen monsters before and did not know how to deal with them properly. The group of students started to have a ball, asking a lot of questions about this monster and whether they should continue to tackle it. The owner was only thinking about his points, and he could have gotten as many as 1,000 bonuses instead of 500. The students were overwhelmed by the monster's reward figure and didn't know if it was worth it. The master ordered them to attack the monster because they are from the First Academy and cannot give the reward to anyone else. The owner told the group to catch up with the monster and deal with it first, so that no one else would have time to do it. William stood watching what was happening below and was also struck by the amount of money the people had paid for killing the snake. William decided to be the first to get there and deal with the monster because he was much faster than them. William activated his talent for speed to the maximum and prepared for the start of the race. He was serious. He didn't care about others. He had to do it first. And so William jumped from the roof and flew down rapidly to catch up with the monster and landed almost next to it. The snake's tail left a magical trail on the ground along the entire street. The monster was flying toward a clot of energy on one of the destroyed streets. William was thrown out before he landed among the tall buildings. William quickly mastered this talent so that he can easily stop and has already learned how to land properly without hurting himself. Vialim noticed that the streets were quiet, which meant that the students of the First Academy had not yet arrived, and he was a cheerful guy. William came across a snake trail that stretched to one destroyed building. The guy sat down near the mucus to study it, to see what it felt like, to smell it. William came to an abandoned building where he could feel a lot of energy. William was already a little excited because he could get 1,000 baht for killing the snake. William could feel the presence of the snake and its terrible smell, which could be felt everywhere. William moved forward calmly, knowing that the snake was somewhere nearby. William stopped in amazement and looked at the terrible snake. William saw that the monster was stretched out almost to its full length, its mouth open, and some kind of liquid was pouring into it. William had a question about what he was drinking. The liquid was running down a strange pointed stone, but the beginning was somewhere outside. The guy frowns. He doesn't care what the beast is doing now. He will find out later that he was drinking. William was ready to start fighting the serpent, so he took out his sword and prepared it for battle. All William was interested in now was the death of the snake, after which he would receive 1,000 points, and everything else would come after the battle and the rewards. William activated all his talents and was already running toward the monster to strike it first. Not only did the monster change in appearance, he gained even more power than he had before. He turned around when he saw William. William quickly flew straight at the monster when it had already paid attention to him. In one fell swoop, the snake knocked William down and threw him tens of meters away. While flying, William took his bow behind his back and drew an arrow. In the air, William managed to shoot a couple of arrows at the monster to weaken it and delay it. The arrows hit the eyes, and the monster began to growl even more from the pain. William crouched down next to the monster, throwing away his arrows and bow. Now he needs a sword. William took a sword in his hand and rushed to meet the monster when he had already begun to regain consciousness. William tried to dodge the serpent's attacks and managed to strike it with his sword. The monster roared in pain again. The sword pierced its body and purple blood began to flow. William tried to hurt the snake as much as possible. He increased his efforts on the sword, and its blade was closing deeper and deeper into the monster's body. It was quite difficult for William to cope with such a strong opponent alone. William pulled out his sword and ran as fast as he could up the arm to the monster's head. When William struck his final blow, the entire body of the 10-meter-long snake was covered with his slime. William jumped off the monster and crouched on the ground, watching the beast suffer. After convulsing in the air, the monster fell to the ground, forming a hole, and never moved again. William was pleased because if it hadn't been for Jonathan's team, he wouldn't have been able to handle this monster. William went back to the street where he found the monster after escaping and transforming. Thinking about why the monster was coming straight here, this liquid must have some value. William decided to collect some of this liquid, and later he will think about how to use it properly. William pierced the monster again, but it was already dead to take the proof of the monster's murder. He decided that eyeballs would be a good proof of the organization. Later, he began to cut a small piece of flesh to get to the monster's heart. The blood of monsters can increase strength, so William decided to collect some blood from a snake. Its blood must be priceless. William went back to the stone with the unusual liquid to see if he had enough. He lifted the bottle and was pleased with the work he had done that day. William looked again at the strange stone with the unusual liquid, trying to figure out what it was. William drew his sword because he could not leave such a valuable thing to Jonathan, not even a single drop. With one blow, William cut the stone into 2 pieces, one of which fell to the ground. William was digging through his backpack, convinced that he was going to win and take first place. William glanced back slyly. He had to leave this place. There was no point in staying here. When Jonathan's group arrived, it was too late. They had already seen the snake's corpse, and someone else had taken everything they needed with them. David couldn't calm down. He was shouting to the whole street about the corpse and panicking because he didn't know what to do next. Jonathan was furious and wanted to know who dared to take his 1,000 points. William was on the roof so he could see the actions of others better and could assess the situation. William watched as the First Academy group came out and started discussing him, but they didn't know him yet. David kept asking Jonathan how to do the right thing and returned the 1,000 points to the owner. Jonathan ordered the whole group to search everyone to find who dared to steal this treasure from him. Jonathan was angry and wanted to punish the student who allowed himself to do this. The group of disciples moved on, listening to their master and agreeing with him. William was watching them all and hearing everything, and it was a thought he needed to hide until the end of the exam. William decided to find shelter, so he jumped and began to move from place to place. He began to seek shelter throughout the city in abandoned buildings. He visited different parts of the ruined city, jumping between completely destroyed buildings. During his movements, he kept thinking about what would happen when they found out that he had killed that snake. It would be evident in his grades. William stayed next to a building that was not completely destroyed, and it was a good hiding place for him and a place to improve his skills. William walked inside in a backpack that he had thrown off his back, which was completely stuffed with various things. William sat down and took a bottle of the monster's blood. He didn't know how much his strength would increase, or if it really worked. The guy decided to drink and try to see how much stronger his powers would become. Will began to squish a little like a child because he was disgusted with the drink and wanted to wash it down with something tasty. He looked at the shoe again and seriously decided to drink it for the safety of his sister. He needed to become a strong warrior. William began to drink quickly, swallowing each sip of liquid to avoid focusing on the taste of blood. Emma was at school, and she sneezed that someone must have remembered her. Emma was sitting at her desk, looking out the window, hoping that William was doing well. A small green vortex of energy formed in Wilma's palms. He began to build up this energy by watching this one closely. William screamed as the magical energy raged. His speed of perfection quadrupled, and he was delighted with the results. He realized how Daniel and the others improved their talents so quickly. They use household items. He looked into his backpack with the valuables he had collected during the day. 3 days later, all the students gathered in front of the fence in the city, where they discussed how they spent the 3 days and what results they achieved. Students came up to the results table to find out their score. Steve threw off his backpack and openly asked the teacher to help him with his grades. The teacher looked at what Steven had offered her and gave her a score of 195, which was a pretty good result. The guys standing next to the results table heard the score and were delighted with Steven. Behind Steven was Jonathan, mocking him and his score. Jonathan laughed at Steven's results and strength, showing that he was better than him. They got into an argument, and John didn't want to believe that with the strength that Steven had, he would compete with him. Jonathan stood over Steve and dumped the contents of his backpack, many eyeballs and various valuable items falling out. The teacher was shocked to see so many valuable items and evidence of the killing of various creatures. The students of the First Academy were surprised that he had 427 points, since the other members of the group had no more than 30. Stephen realized that Jonathan had cheated and taken points from the other members of his group, although he proved that he had taken them because of his talents. The students of his group praised him and congratulated him for such a high score, saying that he would definitely get first place. Jonathan was angry in the first city with over 1,000 points, and it annoyed him. The girls from the First Academy couldn't believe it. How could they score so many points? The director came to the results table and asked if all the live participants had come. The teacher mockingly told him that it must be true, because in other cases they are probably dead. The director summarized that Jonathan was the first in terms of data. The students began to make noise, pointing into the distance of the city, and another participant survived and left the city. When the director heard this, he was angry. He did not believe that anyone was alive, especially him. William slowly left the city and headed toward the crowds. William took out 4 eyeballs and a pair of claws from his backpack and showed them to the teacher to count his score. She couldn't believe her eyes. They were the eyeballs of a monster. William was alert and very serious. He confirmed the teacher's fame and asked how many points he was getting. The teacher fussed a little bit, but he earned 1,136 points and took first place in the exam, and the girl gave him a reward: 3 bottles of blood and 100,000 yuan. Brian started shouting to William. He was more excited about his victory than William himself. Stephen was a little confused and wondered how William managed to kill the monster. Jonathan was furious when he saw William, who he said had stolen his treasure, and he was even angrier that it was a student from the 5th Academy. Jonathan attacked David to find any information about William. Brian was bragging about his friend and the fact that his academy had taken first place in the exam to a group of girls. Principal Richard was very unhappy with the exam result because Jonathan's parents are very influential and can get a lot of people in trouble. On the screen, you could see the top 3 leaders who scored the most points and see their awards. At the end of the last day of the exam, the organization decided to take a photo of the winners. The end of the exam was announced, and the audience applauded the top 3. Jonathan was arrogant towards William, saying that he was too brave to steal what belonged to him. William was quite calm. He was not affected by Jonathan's words. He took it away because he killed him. Stephen joined the conversation, and he couldn't miss the chance to let John in. Even though John didn't want to talk to Steve, he asked me to remind him of what he had said. Steve made a good point that William took those points with his own talent, just like he did, but Johnson just laughed at that. Johnson was aggressive and provocative. Who is the stronger of the two? William was fed up with the argument, and the solution to this problem was a duel between them. Jonathan was very curious about this proposal because it was a good idea to determine who was stronger. William was determined he would not be able to escape, but he could make him not doubt his abilities. The city was already preparing for the night, and William was just returning home from his exam. He opened the door of the house and went inside, tired. William took off his shoes and started looking for his sister so that she could see that he was back. Suddenly, Emma threw herself at her brother and hugged him tightly. She missed him. She asked William where he had been for so long and why he had left her alone. Emma was running around her brother, looking at him to see if he was injured anywhere. The guy told Emma that he had brought her presents and put his exam results on the table. Emma was surprised to see so many valuable items. They were worth a lot. Emma took the money and said that it would be enough for a nice wedding. The boyfriend denied the money, and now it's hers, and she can do with it as she wants. Emma was very happy. Emma picked up a bottle of green liquid and wondered what it was. In fact, he didn't know himself. It was drunk by a monster, so it must be very valuable, and so he would look for the answer to his question in books. When she saw her brother's book about precious objects, she wanted to look at them as well. William could not believe his eyes that he had finally found the answer to this mystery. He found that stone. It was an earth core elixir. It could improve abilities below the middle level, but there are also roots that could improve abilities below the highest level. Since the monster who drank this elixir improved his talents and became a full-fledged monster, William was pleasantly surprised that he got this thing quite easily. Emma wanted to give William a bottle of elixir so that he could improve his strength. She asked him to drink this elixir to help him improve his talents, and it would be good for him. He refused because he no longer needed the elixir and it would not work on him. The boy offered his sister to drink this elixir and make her stronger. The girl was afraid of her brother's determination to improve her skills. It was already evening outside, and the brother and sister were still arguing over the elixir. From the house came the phrases of Emma and William's conversation about the elixir. But Emma gave good arguments that her talent had not yet awakened and the elixir might not work. Emma did not want to waste such a valuable resource as the elixir. There were 6 levels of talent: elementary, basic, low, medium, high, and superior. But it was also taken into account that talent had to be awakened. William began to think and imagine different situations, how the elixir could work, because Emma doesn't have an awakened talent yet. But she has a basic level of perfection. Emma came up with the idea to sell this elixir with its properties to many people who would want to buy it. William explained to Emma that when people wanted to buy the elixir, they would sweat the stones from which the liquid came, and people would not believe his story. William explained that this could cause them danger and a lot of trouble in the future. Emma could not understand why her brother destroyed the Terranite stones. William continued to insist that Emma drink the elixir, because if she didn't, it would be really bad. William forcefully clamped down on Emma's mouth, ordering her to open it. Emma began to make noise and resist, and William had a hard time dealing with his sister, but he was able to pour an elixir over her. Emma started coughing. William was there to calm his sister down. He asked what the elixir tasted like to distract her. Emma felt a strange, pleasant sensation, warmth and freshness in her at the moment of her mood. William did not expect such a reaction from the elixir. He did not understand what was happening. William decided to look at his sister's status window, but nothing had changed. The level of perfection remained the same. Emma started to feel sleepy and decided to sleep a little bit and later cook for her brother, and William wished her to just have a good rest. William was always worried about his sister, and he could not understand why this happened. An hour passed, and William sat next to Emma and meditated. The guy felt a strong wave of energy rushing behind him. He turned around to check on Emma and saw a strong energy around her. A status window appeared, and the level of sophistication was updated to medium. The guy was shocked. The level of excellence had risen by 2 levels, and together with the mid-level excellence talent and the rare freeze talent, Emma would be an elite warrior. William bent down to take the cup of blood, pleasantly surprised by his sister's skills. William looked at his sleeping sister and wanted to get ready for Johnson. He took a cup of blood in one hand and promised not to lose to it, that he would be able to prove that he was stronger than it. It was already dark outside, and only the moon illuminated the empty streets. William drank the blood from the cup at a time so as not to concentrate on the taste. William sat down, and it tasted even worse than the blood of the snake he had killed in the exam. William reached for the snacks on the table next to him and popped a handful into his mouth, wishing he hadn't missed them in the cave. William sat in lotus position and began to collect energy from everywhere. William was surprised by the effect. His strength increased 8-fold, which scared him a little. If only he had the blood of a high-level monster, he would quickly be able to make his way to the heroes. William felt sorry that there were only 2 cups of monster blood left. 10 days after passing the exam, William was sitting in a clearing in a grove near the academy. William sat on the stone, full of peace and harmony with both nature and himself. Brian ran as fast as he could to William and shouted for him to pay attention. William asked him what had happened, why he needed him so urgently. Brian began to call Johnson's name, and William hoped that he had already come with a call, but it was just a fake alarm. Brian told him that he had locked himself in his room and was up to something. Brian had his own guesses, which were not confirmed, about his intention to believe in the warrior stage and then challenge William to a fight. Brian started yelling at William that he was doing nothing, but William wasn't interested. He was hoping for a duel between them. William closed his eyes and began to guess why Johnson had closed himself off and how long it would take him to rise to the level of a warrior. Brian was always in a fuss. He was worried about his friend, and William reassured him that he was not sitting around. He was also improving. Brian began to yell at William more and more, and he became angry, pointing out that Johnson had more resources and opportunities to do this, and he had only 3 cups of blood that he had drunk. William sat quietly, thinking over his every move. He still had the blood of the serpent in him, and when he used it all up, he should break through to the stage of an advanced student. William was a little upset, even though all this is a step away from the level of a warrior, but he can't become one yet. William was sure that with the talents he had now, he could fight the warrior. The Miller family home was exquisite and beautiful, and the weather that day was extremely unpleasant. David was guarding an iron door in the house, and at the moment it started to crack and was torn to pieces. After the explosion, the silhouette of a man emerged, and David congratulated him on reaching the warrior level. David knelt down and worshipped Jonathan, showing his loyalty and willingness to serve him. Jonathan changed his account. He gained muscle and power. He was hailed and praised. David greeted his master on his knees and wished him many, many years of life. Jonathan was tense and extremely serious, and the maids were hovering around him, helping him to get ready and putting him in a normal state. A father and his assistant came into Jonathan's room to check on his son. Mr. George was glad that his son had finally left his room and become a warrior. He expected nothing less from him. Jonathan's father, George, was an elite warrior and a member of the 10 Elders Association. Mr. George approached his son and patted him on the shoulder, praising him for his achievement. Jonathan assured his father that he would not disgrace their family, and he was pleased to hear his father's praise. His father's face became serious, and he told Jonathan that his great-grandfather wanted to award him personally. Jonathan got down on one knee and bowed his head in gratitude to his father and great-grandfather for their support. Mr. George sent his assistant to check that everything was ready downstairs. George stopped the man because he wanted to check everything for himself when it was ready. Mr. George told his son to eat and ordered him to prepare his favorite dishes to celebrate. Jonathan watched his father and his assistant leave his room. Jonathan became angry and turned to his assistant David and asked if he had figured it out. David told Jonathan with his head bowed that William had no parents and no support, that they could do whatever they wanted with him. Jonathan was excited about this information because he thought that someone was standing behind him, someone taller and much stronger. Jonathan and David went out of the house into the yard, and he ordered David to send someone to him. Jonathan decided to kill William, not personally, but to have someone else do it for him because he considered him unworthy. Jonathan sat down in his chair and listened to David, who was against the killing because it could cause a lot of problems for his family if he killed a person outside the zone. The maid poured a glass of blood for Jonathan when he told David that he did not need to act on behalf of his family. Jonathan was furious and ordered the hiring of a killer from the dark shadows because no one would investigate a murder where they were involved. David was confused because the services of this organization were too expensive and he didn't understand spending money on some guy. Jonathan was angry. He believed that favors were favors and it didn't matter to him how much it was. Jonathan took his glass and explained to David that if a genius appears among the poor, it must be removed, and he smashed his glass. David was confused and scared because geniuses cannot study at the Fifth Academy. Jonathan began to laugh evilly because the weak must die and the strong must survive. This is the law of the world. In the grove near the Fifth Academy, the noise of William's training could be heard again. William trained his speed and strength abilities in an effort to outdo himself. William jumped up the mountain and prepared his sword to break the stone. With one swing of his sword, he smashed a lying stone, and it broke into hundreds of pieces. William calmed down and sighed heavily, catching his breath after training. William looked up at the mountain and decided to go home because it was going to start raining soon. William was returning home from the grove in the heavy rain, and he didn't have time to finish his training before it started. William turned toward the crosswalk when he saw a screen above a transmission line pole. He couldn't understand what a glowing thing was, and even in the air. William squinted and saw that this screen was the status window of some person with a shadowy talent. The window of talent began to disappear and a strange sound was heard. William stood there thinking, while some dark energy was flying fast in the air above him. William was a little surprised and shocked, and he reacted quickly to this power. William quickly drew his sword and blocked the enemy's blow. The fight threw them in different directions, but William managed to regroup in time and landed safely. William was alert. He did not understand who was attacking him and why. The enemy drew his sword to show his intentions toward Wilm. The guy in black was not talkative. He just said that he would be his death today. Outside, the rain only intensified, and the sky became even gloomier than before. William asked the stranger again who he was, and they both activated their abilities. The guy was angry and determined, taking his dagger in his hand and repeating the same words that he was going to kill him. William had already prepared his sword and had a hunch who could have hired this killer, but he couldn't believe it was Jonathan. William was annoyed because if Jonathan had hired this killer, why didn't he come to fight him himself? The dark soldier moved and headed straight for William's back with a dagger in his hand. Jacob, the name of the dark soldier, was very serious about killing William, preparing to stab him in the back. William had time to react and drew his sword in an attempt to deflect Jacob's attack, their blades clashing with each other. William noticed that his opponent had disappeared from sight again. William stopped near the building so that he could not attack from behind, gathering all his strength and energy. William thought that if he had a shadow talent, he could probably turn invisible. Instantly, a dark soldier with a blade appeared and swept by William's head. William was a bit confused by this development and the blade that almost hit him. Jacob landed with a thud on the ground while William had already moved to the roof. The dark soldier was very unhappy and confused because he did not understand how an ordinary student could be so fast. When William recovered, he decided to attack the enemy first and not to continue this pointless fight. William quickly went to the boy and they met face to face very close. While he was confused, William stabbed him with his sword and threw him back tens of meters. Jacob was not disappointed. He wanted to have some fun. It crashed into the building and broke through, creating a lot of smoke. When the smoke cleared, William saw that Jacob had disappeared again. William was already waiting for the soldier to appear. If it had been an ordinary student, he would not have been able to resist such talent. But it was William. William drew his sword and directed all his energy upward, striking the enemy. The dark soldier was pierced by pain. He began to scream and drops of blood began to splash out of his mouth. The soldier flew down with a thud and broke a hole in the asphalt. When the soldier stood up, he was shocked because even elite soldiers cannot see him, but this student could. Jacob was angry and scowling and wanted to know how William had managed to do it. William began to approach the soldier with a sword in his hand when he saw the statued window above him again. Before telling him how he managed to see the dark soldier, William wanted to know who sent him to kill him. Jacob started to feel for his dagger when he wanted to answer William's question. But Jacob didn't want to talk now. He took his dagger with a terrible scream and pointed it at William. William quickly jumped up when the energy of the blade could have hit him. William hunkered down a little further away from the crazy Jacob. Before he could catch his breath, he jumped on the shadowy guy who had pierced him with his sword. The sword went through his entire body. Jacob was surprised and in great pain. The boy's mouth was bleeding. He didn't think that an ordinary student could kill him, and William didn't care. He only wanted to know one thing. The guy was angry. He held a sword in the soldier's back and kept asking who sent him. Jacob was amazed by William, because he had never met such a strong disciple, and he decided to confess who had sent him to kill him. With his last breath, he called Jonathan's name and collapsed to the ground, exhausted. William stood with his sword and looked at the body of the dead shadow soldier. William was very angry with Jonathan because he had sent him to kill him and did not show up himself. William sat down next to the soldier and dipped his hand into the dark energy. Energy began to glow and spread around them, and William kept his hand on the boy's arm. William was feeling a little unwell, and he was able to copy the dark talent. William stood up and squared his shoulders, and a strong energy flowed from him. He felt even stronger and more invincible. A status window with updated information appeared, and another talent was added to it, a low-level shadow talent. William was serious and a little angry, adding that the soldier's talent now belonged to him. It was dark outside, and there was a lot of thunder and scary and strange lightning. The guy's face was covered with blood, and his energy was leaving him in terror. William dug a hole and put the body of the fallen shadow soldier in it, throwing stones at it. William threw the grave in and covered it with more leaves and sat down next to it. A strong wind was blowing from above, plucking leaves from the trees and spinning them in the air. William sat in the rain and looked at the dangerous leaves lying in the puddle, thinking that if you are born human, you don't have to be like a fallen leaf. Thinking further about the leaves being chased by the wind and the raindrops, his gaze changed as if he understood the very meaning of the action. He picked up the leaf and ordered himself to live a decent life and then crushed it. Because this world is hard and cruel, William turned around and walked tiredly out of the forest. He set himself the goal of being like rain and wind, because they are strong, not like fallen leaves. Later, William returned home after a hard day and went straight to his room. William went to the shower to wash away all the fatigue and the effects of the fight with the dark soldier. William was quite calm. He got out of the shower and went to his bed to get his things. Then he got dressed, feeling tired after such a busy day. William can finally get some rest. He sat down on the couch and felt relaxation throughout his body. Will looked at the table with all the things Jacob had with him. William picked up a dagger. It was unsurpassed because his sword was no longer usable, and there was nothing for a dagger after the battle. Then William began to look at the cards, which were not cheap. He counted 3.5 million. William laughed and told Jonathan that his money would be put to good use, and William put it in his wallet. The boy's attention was drawn to Jacob's book called Shadow Blade. William opened the book and began to read it, and the first thing he learned was that there were 4 levels of weaponry: gold, silver, bronze, and iron. William was glad to have this book because now he can improve his level of weaponry. William decided that there was no time to waste and that he had to start practicing, so he took the book with him and left the living room. William went into his room, sat down on his bed and opened the book and started reading from the first chapter. Outside the window there was a downpour, loud thunder and lightning. After a strong sound of thunder, William stopped reading. He could not understand one thing. William quickly jumped out of bed and wondered why Emma wasn't home yet. William broke down and ran, realizing that if Jonathan hired an assassin for him, then he knew everything. William opened the window and jumped out, realizing that Emma could also be in danger. William picked up high speed and flew off to find his sister, promising that she would be fine. Emma studied at Senshin Middle School, which was located in the city center. William was already close to the school. He did not land near it. After he landed, the students of the school began to stare at him, and passers-by also took notice. William stood in the rain, completely soaked, and began to call for Emma. William stood in front of the school entrance, convinced that people with talent would not be arranging showdowns in such ordinary places. But later, William began to have doubts, because he realized that people like Jonathan might not act according to the rules. William felt something being held up to his back and told not to move, but he didn't know it was just an umbrella. At the same moment, he moved and found himself behind the man. William, angry, approached the man and ordered him not to move. Emma took off her cape and greeted her brother and assured him that it was her. William was surprised. He did not expect to see his sister in front of him. William was angry and began to ask his sister why she was late, and Emma explained that she was on duty today and had to clean and do other chores. Emma wondered why William was barefoot and didn't bring an umbrella. William helped his sister open the umbrella and they walked home, the girl asking her brother all the way how he was able to do this trick with the movement. A black car was parked near the school and followed William's sister, Emma. Later, the car window opened as William and his sister walked down the street, and Jonathan couldn't understand why he was still alive. Jonathan was furious to see William alive, while he had paid money to have him killed. In the city, the rain didn't stop falling all evening. It was heavy, and now and then there was terrible thunder. William and his sister approached a stall selling street food, and Emma ordered barbecue sausages. Emma treated her brother. She was happy that her brother picked her up from school, and they went home together and ate sausages. Emma began to ask her brother what he wanted for dinner, and William replied that he wanted the pork bits his sister was so good at making. A car was slowly driving down the street, the same car that had been outside Emma's school. William noticed the car, but he couldn't figure out whether they were really being followed or not. William was looking out the window to see if anyone was suspicious when he heard his sister calling him to dinner. William noticed a car outside the house, the same car that had followed them as they walked home. The next day, Emma went back to school, and it was a clear and sunny day. Emma was in class, and the teacher asked her to solve the following problem. Emma tried to study hard and succeeded, so she was able to answer the teacher's questions without difficulty. William understood the danger his sister might be in, so he quietly followed her in case he needed to intervene and protect her. William turned around and saw a black car in the school parking lot. It was there alone, so he couldn't confuse it with another car. It's been 3 days now. William was angry. What right do they have to spy on Emma? They are crossing all boundaries. While William was angry and thinking, he saw the car start to move. A black car in the parking lot started up and started driving off the school grounds. William jumped off the roof of the school and decided to keep an eye on the car and those in it. William quickly caught up with the car thanks to his talent for speed. The black car stopped in an abandoned area and opened its doors. David got out of the black Mercedes and decided to look around the area, while William had already landed on the highest point so as not to be seen. David came out of the building and walked to the car. He asked if this was where they were supposed to come. William was angry because he realized that he and his sister were being followed by Jonathan. One of the guards hit the man so hard that he fell to the ground, unable to withstand the blow. The man was lying in a pool of blood, he assured his owner. There was no money yet. Jonathan sat and watched as his 2 guards beat the man. The man begged Jonathan to let him go, and he would return all the money as soon as he had it. The man was on his knees with his head bowed to the ground, but Jonathan did not mind. He only set conditions that if there was no money now, the amount would double tomorrow. Jonathan was sitting in a suit. He was angry and ruthless. He asked the man if he understood what he was saying. The man began to press for pity, because he really could not pay as he needed to provide for his parents and children. He begged Jonathan to let him go. Jonathan turned around and saw David enter the building, returning from an assignment that his boss had given him earlier. The young master asked David if there was any news from the Dark Killer, while William was watching over all this. He activated the dark talent, and so no one could see him. William was able to make sense of Jacob's words that he was a hitman sent by Jonathan. Jonathan got up from the bench and began to approach the man, asking questions about the disciples' money and whether they came from noble families. Jonathan was furious with the man and kicked him right in the face, asking if he was easy to deceive. David was alarmed. Sweat broke out on his face. He makes everything possible for his master. He never thought about anything else. One of the guards bent down to the man's body. They noticed that his breathing had stopped and informed Jonathan. Jonathan ordered the guards to throw the man's body away and asked David if he had thought about what he would do with William's sister. David bowed his head and said he wanted to give it to a friend of his who had recently been released from prison. David was still afraid to look his master in the eye, so he said that he would take care of the girl himself and that Jonathan shouldn't worry about it. Jonathan hit David in the chest with such force that his mouth bled. David fell and could not get up after the blow. He asked his master why he did it. Jonathan was looking at him with crazy eyes. His hand was covered in blood. It was a punishment for not doing his job properly. Watching all this, William summoned his blade and activated it. William decided that now was the time to attack Jonathan, so he jumped from his hiding place right above Jonathan. William touched Jonathan a little, and a couple of drops of blood spurted out. William was satisfied with his work. He did what Jonathan could not dare to do personally. The guards gathered around the murdered young master. David could not believe that he had been killed. David started screaming and saying that it was a shadow talent and that he was hiding his body. The energy of Till's talent revolved around William, and he walked with 2 blades that he had taken from a shadowy killer. William's eyes were crazy, and there were splashes of Jonathan's blood on his face and body. David jumped to his feet. When he saw William, he couldn't understand how he had shadow talent. David began to humiliate Wilma, saying that he was worthless and had no talent, and that he had the right to kill the young master with a single movement. William stretched his back a bit and became even angrier at David for his words. William leaps directly over David, holding a dagger in his hand and preparing to stab him. The blade went through David, and he started screaming in pain and pumping out that he couldn't kill him. William didn't care about David's words. He finished striking when he noticed blood starting to spurt from his mouth. William jumped away from David's body, which fell dead to the ground. William pulled a cloth from his pocket and wiped his shadow blades clean of the blood of these men. William threw a cloth completely stained with blood on David's body. A shadow was depicted on the canvas with the blood of David and Jonathan. William pointed his hand at the blades and ordered them to disappear with his magic. William put on his cape, looked at the bodies of the 2 ignorant men, and said to them that he was not waiting for someone to come and kill him, that he was sorry that they had chosen a different path and the wrong target. The guy turned around and walked out, leaving the 2 corpses lying there. William activated his talent for speed and fled the scene. An hour later, 3 more black cars arrived at the abandoned area, and they pulled up next to the car David had parked. Mr. George was furious. He could not understand who could sit and do such a thing. George was sitting next to his son's body and shouting loudly to the whole building who did it, with guards standing by his side. One of the guards found a cloth with blood on it and decided to show it to the senior tensor. George picked up the rag, realizing that it must have been a shadowy killer. Mr. George was holding a cloth with blood in his hand, thinking that maybe it was a shadow killer after all, and that it was not humane to hire him. The eldest of the Miller family entered the building and approached the corpse of his great-grandson. Mr. Donald was the grand elder of the wealthy Miller family and the only great warrior in the family. When George saw the elder Miller, he was frightened because he did not expect him to learn of his great-grandson's death so quickly. Mr. George began to crawl on his knees to the great elders and shout that his son was dead. The elder Miller ordered his grandson to get off his knees and tell him everything. But George did not get up. He continued to kneel and tell about his son, that he had just returned from the warrior kingdom and finished the feast that the elder had prepared for him. He was looking at his son, who was supposed to become a great warrior and revive their family, but he met such a miserable death. The elder left because Jonathan was really the family's only hope for the younger generation. But if his family had someone else, their position would have been greatly enhanced. George began to cry, hoping that his son's death would not be in vain. George handed the elder a cloth with blood on it and asked him to avenge his son. The great elder took the canvas and saw that it was a shadow killer. Mr. Donald was convinced that this shadowy killer was hired by a family that had a grudge against them. He left the building and pointed the canvas at the moon, which illuminated the inscription with a shadow. On the canvas under the moon, George saw an unusual sign. The elder Miller got angry because he realized that the sign was iron teeth. The great warrior threw the canvas with the inscription on the ground and left it in this building. On a sunny day, the academy was noisy with the news of Jonathan's murder. Brian walked in with William recounting to him all the rumors he had learned. Brian shouted that the tooth base was stronger than their seaside base. Serious Brian told me about the Miller family and the seaside base, which played a big role in the government, and they suspected a couple of families of murder to take over the base. Brian started shouting at William about the rumors that were going around that those people had killed Jonathan and cut off his head, so William was glad that no one was thinking about him. William breathed a sigh of relief, because no one thinks of him as the murderer of a rich descendant of the great Miller family. Brian and William were walking around the academy grounds, and he said that William was lucky because he would have been the first person Jonathan could have killed, and someone had gotten rid of him earlier. William was a little puzzled because he had deliberately left the scarf with the inscription shadow to throw them off the scent, but the elder recognized the symbol of the iron tooth. William did not know whether he had really uncovered the plot of the iron tooth, or whether the elder had simply made it all up. It was starting to dawn outside, but it was still 4 in the morning. William woke up early. He did a little warm-up to wake up. William got out of his bed and headed for his things to get dressed. He took his backpack and oil and quietly left his room so as not to wake his sister. When William came downstairs and began to tie the laces of his sneakers, his sister came up to him, and he must have woken her up. The girl was a little confused. She did not understand where her brother could go so early. William said that he would train in the wild to improve his skills, but his sister was not happy about it, because her brother was leaving her again, and she was left all alone. She asked him not to go, or at least to be with his friends. She always worries about her brother. William was ready to leave, and he asked his sister to wait for him at home and not to worry about him. Emma ran to her brother and hugged him. William was a little surprised by Emma's behavior. She clung to him tightly, did not want to let go of her brother, and asked him to come back soon. William felt a little guilty about leaving his sister alone, but he did it for her sake and to protect her. William came out of the house and quickly moved to another place. William landed on a mountain in some kind of desert with no buildings or people. People say that there are ferocious advanced level beasts here, but William can't hunt them with his abilities. He can only hunt low-level beasts in secret. William breathed in some desert air and realized that his time had come. William stretched his fingers a bit, ready to break through the warrior stage. Before William could take a step, the ground began to crack under his feet, and he was already thinking that it must be an earthquake. But when he looked down, he saw monsters fighting near the stone, and William was a little scared because he didn't expect to meet them so soon. It was a ferocious beast, and William was not yet ready to fight them. He lacked the ability and level. The status of the Iron Cow beast appeared before him. This beast had a weak blood talent and the second level of defense. William thought about this beast, especially the second level talent. The Iron Cow finished finishing off its victim and turned toward William. The Iron Cow began to roar loudly and fearfully and run at William. William looked around and looked at the beast, thinking it was a good time. So he took off his backpack and put it on the rocks and prepared to fight the beast. William ducked right into the beast when it was very close. William summoned his shadow blades and they appeared in his hand. He jumped up with 2 blades and prepared to attack the Iron Cow. Before William could attack, the animal threw him back a couple of meters with its horn. William tried to attack again, but a barrier appeared around the beast, preventing him from touching it. William was surprised and angry that this beast had a very strong defense. The Iron Cow was very large and strong, and it roared loudly throughout the desert, showing its superiority over the enemy and throwing William away from the monster in a wave. William crashed into a pile of rocks, sending up a lot of smoke mixed with dust. The guy laughed. He liked the beast's talent and wanted to get it for him. The Iron Cow was even more irritated, his eyes burning with anger, and William was ready to fight him. He took his daggers and stood in front of the beast. The beast began to take steps toward William, each crown of its head raising a great deal of dust from the ground, and it growled in William's direction. The Iron Cow began to pick up speed and ran straight for William, while he stood there waiting for the beast to approach him. William smiled. He was not afraid of the beast and pulled the dagger closer to him. William was already standing there waiting for the beast, confident in his strength and abilities. The guy began to quickly approach the beast. He was purposeful. He thought about how to bypass the enemy's blocking shield. William began to zigzag up to the head of the Iron Cow. William hovered over the monster's head, knowing that no matter how strong a living thing is, it must have a weakness. William threw his dagger behind him because he realized that the monster could now activate his shield. The Iron Cow roared again, and a magic shield appeared around it. The creature's weakest point is its eyes, so Vilma grabbed his dagger and began to press hard on the beast's barrier. William could not pierce this shield with his shadowy blades. He used all his strength. He began to strike with his blades in the hope that they would be able to pierce him. But one of the shadow blades began to collapse, and there were obvious damage from the blows. William understood that this was only the second level of defense talent, but he could not destroy it, and even before that, the blade had shattered into small pieces. William was shocked by this because he thought the blades could not be destroyed. The Iron Cow wasted no time in preparing his hand to strike. His paw went through the barrier and hit William very hard. William felt severe pain and small drops of blood appeared in his mouth. And William flew away from the blow to the side on a stolen one-on-one stone. The guy flew into a group of stones and white smoke formed. A monster stood in front of him with a glowing barrier around it. William was lying in a pile of stones, unable to move, completely exhausted. William took his other blade and leaned on it and began to think, he wanted to get this talent so badly. A window appeared above William's head, telling him that he was counting down to 16 days of imitator talent. William looked at his broken blade and wondered where the strength of the iron cow might be. It must be lower than the silver moon mink, but higher than the striped snake. William threw his blade into the ground. He had to find a weak spot in the monster, but its body was too big. William thought about activating his dark talent. When he could find a weakness, he would have a chance to win. William said the words and the dark talent activated, releasing a lot of energy. William took his blade and made a determined run for the iron cow. He started running and spinning around the beast, looking for what he needed. William was pleased because the shadow talent completely hid him and the monster could not detect him. If the shadow talent of the TOU was just right, the talent of the knife was useless. William began to stretch his neck and think about where the weak spot in this iron cow was. William sat down behind the monster. He was disappointed that the defender's talent had no blind spots. William came up with the idea that the shield should be very fragile. His face changed as he tried to recreate the idea that had come to him. William got up from his seat and headed decisively toward the iron cow. He pulled his dagger forward and quickly began to run at the monster. William pierced the monster with all his might, and blood poured out of it in an explosion. The iron cow growled even louder from the pain that humiliated his body behind him. William jumped away from the monster, and it fell to the ground, a purple pool of blood spreading under him. William was pleased with himself because he had guessed the monster's weakest point. When the iron cow finally died, William was able to pierce it with his sword. William did it to get himself a bottle of the monster's blood. William brought his backpack, which he had left on a rock in the mountain, and sat down next to the beast, slowly collecting blood in bottles. The blood he drank was supposed to give him even more strength, as this monster was of a higher level than those he drank. William could already catch his breath and realize that whatever talent he had would be useless after the burden of death. William was looking at the iron cow. It was very big, and apparently all its organs, such as eyes and skin, were very valuable. He wanted to take it all with him. William decided to cut off the horns first, because he considered them the most valuable. The guy packed everything in his backpack. It was very big and contained the monster's chaff, and put it on himself. It was a little difficult for William to carry all his treasures, and for the next time he will look for a quiet place to practice. William found a cave and laid out all the things from his backpack around him. William laid out the blood of a fierce beast and peanuts from his sister, and it was the perfect set for him. William was excited. He looked at the ratio of blood to peanuts and said that he depended on them to break through to the warrior stage. William took a bottle of the beast's blood to his mouth and drank it all at once, then immediately threw a peanut into his mouth to kill the taste of the blood. William began meditating by practicing the same exercise with a vortex of energy in front of his chest. William was fully focused on improving his skills. 20 days passed, and William was still sitting in the cave with empty blood bottles by his side. William had already grown a little. His hair was longer, and he was pleased with the work he had done. William began to scream, his eyes glowing with a bright blue light. Birds began to fly away from William's shouts, and new energy was created around him. In the middle of the desert, a powerful energy appeared, and 2 girls were transported there. One of the girls was surprised that someone had managed to make it through the war in the midst of this hostility. One of the girls was very calm and wondered who could reach the level of a warrior in this desert. William felt a new surge of strength. His body grew stronger and stronger. William got up. He was full of energy. Is this really the stage of a warrior? William turned and looked at the empty bottles of iron cow blood. He took his backpack, thinking he had had enough of 20 days of relaxation, and now he had to go home. The first thing William had to do was copy the monster's defense talent. It was quiet and peaceful in the desert, and William approached the monster and touched it. A status window appeared where the talent could not be copied because the target was not in its final state. William stood near the bones of the monster and did not understand whether there were such limits. He was disappointed and reproached himself for cutting it into 8 pieces so early. The girl asked the señorita if William could have killed the monster. The señorita looked at the beast. It had been killed long ago, and the boy was just towing the line of the warrior. The girl agreed with the señorita's words because they made sense, since he was a student at the time and could not have killed him. The boy went to the water, and the girls continued to discuss him, saying how brave he was because he had come to the mountains to get food when he was a student. William took off all his clothes because he had been in the cave for 20 days. William wanted to clean himself up because he couldn't show up at his sister's house looking like that. The girls were embarrassed when they saw the guy's naked torso. The girls started talking at him about being a hooligan, and the senorita just took her away. William was a good swimmer. He made a high jump and dove into the water. William came to the waterfront after the beach where the warrior market was located. It was quite crowded in the city, and William stopped at a large store because he thought it was the largest in the city. William decided to look at the Marshall Pavilion store because it is one of the largest stores. William walked past the girls, one of whom recognized him from the desert. The senorita turned to look at the boy and check her assistant's words. William also looked around, as if he saw a familiar person if it was Emma. William stood and looked at the girls, unable to understand whether it was his sister or not. The girl stood at ease. Her face did not show any reaction. She did not understand whether he was calling her or someone else. William turned around and felt a little uncomfortable. He couldn't understand why he thought it was his little sister, what she was doing here. William was a little ashamed of his behavior, but those girls reminded him of someone. The girl opened her cloak, and he pronounced her an absolute genius. Emily's talent window appeared. She had a higher level of cultivation, a medium sword talent, and level 2 speed. Another girl, a blonde, got angry with William and started shouting about how he called her foster sister. The girl began to insult the boy, considering him too bold towards them. William stood and refused to listen to the girl's screams and false accusations. William put his hand to his nose. Even though he had washed it, it still had an unpleasant odor. Emily asked Diana not to say too much, and Diana calmed down a bit and apologized for her behavior. Emily called Diana over and whispered in her ear what she needed to tell William. William was puzzled when a girl came up to him and apologized, as her miss had given her a lesson, and she was asking him for one as well. William looked at Emily, who had already turned and left, confused by Diana's words about her miss. Diana took William's hand and explained that her miss had more business to attend to, so she went first. The girl said that Emily was the head of the military pavilion, and that because Diana had made a mistake, they were ready to buy anything for twice the amount, and she pulled William along. William was shocked that they were willing to double the price of a product they didn't know. The girls came up to William and took his backpack and the horns of the beast, and Diana assured him that he had understood everything correctly and invited him in. William walked into the store, and it was filled with different types of weapons and items. William looked around the store for all sorts of items, and he liked everything because it was good stuff. He was impressed with the store's assortment and assured me that it was the largest warrior store. One of Emily's maids approached Wilma and offered him tea. We started counting the horns of the iron cow and counted 7 pieces of leather. William sat drinking his tea when Diana turned to him and summarized that he could get 400,000. William almost choked on his tea from the amount he heard. William was completely satisfied with the amount because it was easy money for him. 4 cards worth 100,000 each were placed in front of William. Diana asked Wilma to take them, and he was happy and thanked her for the purchase. He thinks Emma will be very happy when she sees the money. Diana apologized on Emily's behalf and added that if he wanted to buy anything, they would give him a 50% discount. William was happy to hear that, but added that he would help himself. William opened the price book and was surprised because it was actually very expensive, and he wondered why rich families monopolized military training. While reading the book, he could not understand where an ordinary person could get the money to study. William decided to start by taking a copy of the Yuan Physical Training Technique, the Atlas of Fierce Beasts, and how to get by with 3 bottles of blood and pure original fluid. Diana started looking for and getting everything William had ordered and asked him to wait a bit. Diana put everything in a nice red case. It all cost 780,000, but William got a pretty good discount from them. Diana smilingly told William the amount of 700,000 that he had to pay. William handed the girl a gold card worth $1 million. He was glad he had some money from the shadowy killer, and Diana gave him the rest. William took his case and walked away, thinking about why the military pavilion had given him so much. He was walking toward the exit and did not realize what they saw in him. He was poor. If they say nothing else, he will leave this place. When William was about to leave the store, Diana called him and asked him to wait a minute. William felt that things were not that simple, so he stopped and asked Diana if she had anything else for him. Diana said that her miss was the head of the training ground and would like to see him, and Diana showed him the way to the stairs. William was very polite and asked Diana to show him the way to Emily. William went upstairs and Diana opened the door to Emily's room for him. He saw a beautiful girl bathed in the sunshine, drinking her tea. Diana showed him to go to the room where Emily was waiting for him. William was very surprised that this girl looked so much like him. She stuck out her hand and wanted to introduce herself. William stood opposite her. Emily was the best among the elite warriors from the large Sarnia sea base and the head of the branch of the battle pavilion. They shook hands and a magical connection was formed, meaning that William had copied her talent. The highest cultivation level was copied to the status window. William also did not wait to answer that he was from a seaside base. Emily sat down in her chair and began pouring tea into 2 mugs. Emily looked quite serious. She began her conversation by noting that William has no ties to powerful families. Diana brought William tea, and he thought about his sister. Unlike Emily, Emma was always cheerful and lively. Emily said she would be straightforward and enjoyed a sip of tea. Emily invited him to tea because she wanted to personally invite him to another event and held out the cross. Emily invited William to join the Battle Pavilion community. Next to Emily, William had a vision of Emma asking his brother to join the Battle Pavilion. The guy was a little embarrassed because he had never said no to this face, his sister. William took his tea from the table. He really didn't understand the magic sea base was very large and powerful. He believed that it would probably never need talent. He was drinking his time and giving away as if he were just a novice warrior in this arena. Emily got up from the table and started stretching, kneading the muscles in her body that she wanted to make her large base even bigger. Emily went to the window and added that it wasn't because they never lacked talent, but that there was something else important. The señorita turned to William and said that they always need talent. William was surprised by Emily's speech because it really made sense. William leaned back, thinking about Emily's words. He didn't think a girl like that could speak so complicatedly, so it wasn't his sister. She would never say that. Diana approached Wilm and asked him why he was hesitating, as this was a great opportunity. The girl yawned ostentatiously, because her miss doesn't even look at the brilliant students from large families who want to climb to the top of the magic base. William did not pay attention to Diana. He was extremely serious and agreed with her words that it was a great chance indeed. William looked down, because if he joined this organization, he would have to obey their rules, and they could find out about his talent, so he had to be independent. Emily went over to William and leaned on the table, asking him if he was hesitating. Emily wanted to know why William was hesitant to join the battle pavilion. The guy looked at her face, which reminded him so much of his sister, and it was very difficult for him to refuse her. Emily stood next to William and wanted him to tell her why he was still hesitating. William started banging on the table, and he couldn't explain why he was hesitating either. William bowed his head and began to explain about the misunderstandings between the families, and he had just begun to live a stable life. William stood up straight and said firmly that he did not want to become or be like them, and especially not to work for such people. The girl looked up and asked the boy if he saw her in his eyes as they did. He smiled and asked her the same question in return. Was she not like them? Diana was standing next to Emily, and she invited William to watch them for a while. Emily hovered over William. She did not demand an answer from him anymore. She could wait because she was patient. Their eyes met, as if they had made a deal for an indefinite period. William was walking through the marketplace, wondering if warriors with talent remembered the original calling of warriors. I looked at the children with my eyelids. Shouldn't a hero protect ordinary people after all? They have talents. Boys playing soccer accidentally kicked their ball to the men standing at the gate and asked them to return it. William didn't understand why, in addition to fear of animals, people were also afraid of heroes, so the man kicked the boy's soccer ball and started laughing evilly. William stood on the edge of the building, but that was not enough for him. He wanted to be even higher. He stood in the rain with a stern look and the conviction that he had to be stronger. He reached out to the status window to see if he could copy Emily's talent to stand in a higher place. A new sunny day began, and the door of the house opened. William had just returned home and called his sister to tell her that he had come. Emma was cleaning the kitchen when she heard the front door open. Emma ran to her brother and hugged him, that he had finally returned. William was very happy to see his sister. My sister made fun of my brother a little bit because she hadn't seen him for 20 days, and he had changed a little bit. William told his sister that he had become a warrior, and Emma was surprised by the news. She was very happy to have a warrior in their Clark family, and it was her brother. Emma was incredibly happy for her brother. She thought it was good luck from their ancestors. His sister wished him a long life, but instead his brother began to tell her that if she awakened her talent, she could also become a warrior. William was cunning and wanted very much for his sister to become a warrior as well, because she had a great future. When William sees suitable treasures, he will help his sister improve while he waits for her status to change. The girl took the scissors in her hands and started calling out and approaching her brother. Emma wanted to cut her brother's hair a little because he looked like a beggar with his long and unkempt hair. Emma asked her brother to take better care of himself now that he was a warrior. William wanted to get up, but Emma did not let him and asked him to sit quietly. Emma began to sit William down, and he agreed with her, but insisted that it be the same as it had been before. Emma advised her brother to relax because she already knows only this style. With William's hair in pieces, the time spent together went by quite quickly. William said that since their mother and father passed away, she had always cut his hair. William recalled his childhood, when his sister was afraid to cut his hair for the first time. He had smashed his head and needed to have his hair cut, but there was no money for a hospital, and Emma was afraid to touch it or make it worse. Then Wilma was beaten and got some bruises and wounds, but he didn't care about it. He just asked for a short haircut and a bandage. Emma then began to cry as scissors fell out of her hands. She wanted him to have the talent of a lighthouse doctor. William did not understand what his sister was talking about and what ability she was talking about. She reminded him that he had read to her about it. The girl sat down and started to smile, because the lighthouse jellyfish had a talent for healing and this would help her brother. He started arguing with his sister how she could believe in this fairy tale, because fairy tales only lie to children. She started to get angry with her brother because it was true and he didn't know anything. William went to his sister and began to calm her down. He knew she was worried about him. He said that maybe when he awakens his talent it will be healing. He smiled at his sister and promised that when the time came, he would not be hurt and would be able to protect her well. Emma was angry about the lighthouse jellyfish and pulled William's hair, which made him move and scream a little in pain. William jumped out of his chair and ran. Emma was confused and shouted after him what he was doing because she hadn't finished with his hair yet. William took an illustration book he had recently bought from the shelf. William began to actively flip through the pages, looking for something about a lighthouse jellyfish. Flipping through the pages, William came across what he was looking for, a lighthouse jellyfish. William began to read about the lighthouse jellyfish, that it had a talent for healing and was found in the Lake of Death, with his sister walking behind him, who did not understand what had happened and what he was muttering. William was pleased, and he mentally appealed to his sister not to worry about him anymore, because if he copied this talent, he would no longer have to worry about being injured. Emma looked at the book William was actively reading, saw the title about a lighthouse jellyfish, and wondered if it was a fairy tale. Emma crossed her arms over her chest and repeated the same words her brother had said when she was a child, that fairy tales are lies for children. William loudly closed the book and replied that he did not, and that some of the stories were true. Emma agreed and started chasing her brother to get a haircut because she wasn't done with his hair yet. William had been reading the book all evening and didn't realize how powerful the body technique must be, which only warriors could learn. William read into the code not a word that was written in a book about all the stages of the technique. First the skin, then the muscles, and finally the bones. William decided to immediately try to repeat what was written in the book. William was sitting on the floor with a bottle of blood next to him, and his room began to glow from the energy vortex he practiced every time. William opened his eyes. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't compared the speed at which he was now absorbing, because before it looked like a turtle. Next, he reached for a bottle of blood from a mid-level ferocious beast to see what effect it would have. William opened the bottle of blood and drank every last drop. William was amazed. His energy changed color and increased threefold. William decided to cultivate at home for the time being, and when the cold weather ends, he will be able to go to the Lake of Death. A status window popped up saying that it took 30 days for the copying talent to cool down. Now William's new target was the lighthouse jellyfish and its talent for copying. William decided to visit the combat pavilion and went inside the store. The shop was quite crowded, with everyone choosing a suitable weapon or some valuable items. Diana, who was busy working, immediately greeted the new visitor to the store. Diana noted that this was the same guy who had been offered to join the organization, or who was remembered as collecting scraps. William already looked completely different, with a different haircut. In a clean cut, he looked quite serious. Diana had already run to William, shouting and greeting him and the warrior in the shop. A girl ran up to him to ask if he was here because of the señorita, but he said he wanted to buy some items. William looked quite serious, and Diana noted that his appearance had changed along with his clothes, and now he looked quite good. Diana apologized and asked him to move on, but the guy didn't hesitate. He wanted to know if they sold maps of the Sea of Death. Diana went behind the counter and started looking for maps of the Sea of Death, and she was very nice to William. The girl laid it on the table, showing a piece of an old map. William was excited to see the map because he could copy many different talents from it. William asked how much the card cost, and it was 10,000. William handed Diana a silver card and left with his purchase, and she thought that William was going to collect scraps from a new place. Diana felt sad because she remembered that the missus had told her about the Sea of Death, and now there were many terrible water beasts there, and even brilliant warriors could not survive. William was walking stiffly and was already leaving the store, and Diana hoped he would be safe. After leaving the store, William moved to the indicated location on the map. William landed successfully near the Sea of Death, and stones flew in all directions from his landing. The Sea of Death was badly neglected. It looked terrible. William looked at this whole picture and set himself the task of copying many powerful talents from here. The buildings around him were destroyed, and the aura in the area made Viam feel unsafe. William smelled a strong, strange odor, so he covered his nose with his hand. William's attention was drawn to the water, which began to rage violently. Suddenly, a large tornado rose up near William, and particles of magical energy flew out of it. William stood there, unmoving, looking at the huge tornado and thinking that it must be a fierce beast. William decided to be invisible, so he activated his shadow talent. He wanted to observe what would happen next first. William jumped to a high mountain away from the tornado, and also to have a good observation view. William did not understand what was happening in the valley and what kind of magical energy was growing. In the light sphere, some silhouettes appeared that looked like two people. A man shouted from the sphere that they had succeeded, and a lady with a golden box was climbing up the hill behind him. William was surprised to see this girl Emily. He did not expect to see her here. Emily and the warrior jump out of the mouth of a very large and fierce water beast. It was hard for the man. He said they would not have time to get out. The monster's jaw closed, and Emily and the warrior were already beyond it. They were lying on the beach, completely helpless, with Emily holding the golden box tightly to her. It was a ferocious beast of the highest level. It reared up and roared. Emily and the warrior had already managed to get off the ground. Wilm was furious and a little scared, wondering if this was a top-level beast. The warrior pushed Emily away. He wanted to buy some time so she could leave the area. The girl sat confused with the box in her hands. She did not want to agree with his decision, but the warrior had already taken his sword and was ready to defend himself. Emily held the box in her hands and was a little scared of what was happening. The girl began to run away from a group of monsters who noticed her and began to run after her. It was terribly difficult for the man to restrain the monster, despite the fact that they were attacking from behind and there were many of them. Emily was being chased by a monster that looked like a crocodile, but 100 times bigger. William was getting annoyed, and he had no choice but to take this step. It was hard for Emily to escape from the monster. It opened its mouth and began to growl with all its might. The man shouted at the top of his lungs to the missus to be careful because the monster was very close to her. Emily jumped away and turned toward the monster, but it didn't have time to reach the girl and snapped its teeth. Emily closed her eyes, raised her hand, and made gestures to say the words of the secret technique. After the word secret technique, her hair color changed, a sword appeared in her hand, and the feeling of fear disappeared on her face. Only anger appeared. Emily disappeared, and the monster was surprised. He did not understand what had happened and how to react. An elite warrior appeared with a sword in the air above a terrible monster. Emily quickly headed for the monster, and with one swing of her saber, she managed to deliver a critical blow. The monster roared, and there were purple smears of its blood everywhere, and Emily landed under it. William moved on. He wanted to know what kind of secret technique it was. It impressed him because it was very powerful. William watched the battlefield. He realized that for a beginner, this linguistic indiscretion was not for beginners. William admired Emily. She had already become an elite warrior, and it was much easier for her to deal with monsters than for him. Wilm watched all of Emily's movements, especially when she activated the secret technique, as if she had the strength of a great warrior. William was a little upset, because even 10 people like him would not be able to match her. The water monster straightened up and rose out of the water. He was powerful and hard to handle for the great warriors. The soldier started screaming loudly. A lot of blood poured on him. Something happened to his leg. The man was already in the grip of the fierce monster, and he was begging the girl to run away with his last strength. The man was in severe pain. Blood clots were spewing out of his mouth with his words, and he was shouting more and more about the secret technique and that it would not last long. But Emily was busy with other monsters. She successfully killed one by one. Emily seemed to hear the warrior when he mentioned the 10 people who had died, and that if she did not leave the Sea of Death, their deaths would be in vain. Emily was covered in the blood of monsters. She realized that her husband's words made sense. William continued to follow the events. He was surprised that 10 people died underwater. William wondered what the treasure was that made them sacrifice so much. Emily began to run away from the monsters, who began to approach her. The girl felt that the time for the secret technique had run out, and that she would soon return to her previous accounting. After the transformation, Emily began to fall to the ground, knocking over a golden box. William went downstairs and approached the girl, who was lying unconscious with a box by her side. The girl began to regain consciousness, but could not understand who was standing in front of her. William sat down by the box and wanted to pick it up to find out what kind of treasure it was. Emily started screaming and asking him not to move, but the guy was not going to take him away from her. William looked at the monsters approaching behind him. They were annoying him. William apologized to the girl and took her in his arms because she could not walk on her own. William picked Emily up in his arms and placed the box on top of her and asked her if she would mind if they found a cave to hide in. Emily opened her eyes, as silence is said to be a sign of consent. William activated his speed and quickly carried Emily to safety. Emily was sleeping, and William covered her with his coat and sat beside her. William looked at her and thought she looked like his sister. But Emily had one mole near her left eye, so William decided to touch it and try to erase it. But he failed. William was surprised that it was a real mole, and sweat even broke out on his face. William was standing over Emily, wanting her to wake up, because she had been sleeping for a long time. William sat down next to her and watched her sleep. He did not know how much longer she would be unconscious. Emily began to wake up. William was a little shocked, although he could no longer tolerate her unconscious state. The girl got up and had a bad headache, which was the result of a fall when the time for the secret technique ran out and she went down. Emily started rubbing her eyes to see William better. She jumped to her feet and started asking if he had saved her, but William just kept saying it was a coincidence. She folded her coat and thanked William for giving it to her. William put on his coat. At that time, Emily began to think about how William came to Death Lake alone. Emily wanted to get William to join the battle pavilion because he was an unusual person. A shining crystal appeared in Emily's hand. It was very blinding, and William did not understand what she was doing. Emily laughed a little at the boy's frightened face and explained that the stone also stores and emits light. The shining crystal rose up in the air and illuminated the entire cave. William was surprised. He didn't understand where it came from. He was very curious and wanted to learn more about it. But Emily agreed to tell him after she took her medication. Emily put the medicine to her mouth and drank it, and William began to think that she had some kind of cosmic talent. William sat not to double Emily while she meditated and recovered. Among her many talents, there was not a space one, as William might have assumed. The girl finished her healing and approached William. She wanted him to get up from the ground. Emily looked serious and asked William if he wanted to know where it came from. She walked over to the box and picked it up, and the girl compared the copper box to the bag. But suddenly the copper box became small and it was carried into the bag. William realized that this was not a cosmic talent as he thought, but a treasure that had a cosmic origin, and the girl agreed with him. The girl realized that the guy was interested in this and began to train him lightly so that when he joined, she would give him a large base. William didn't react. He wanted to sleep and turned away from the girl, and she stood there surprised that she had offered him such a chance. The girl was furious. She was not used to being pushed away like that, and now she wanted to get him more and more. The boy pretended to sleep, but in fact he was thinking about everything because it was an ordinary space pouch and medicine with healing powers, and when he gets the talent of a lighthouse jellyfish, it will no longer be unusual. But there is a problem that the Lake of Death is not calm now because of the unrest they caused. William slept in the cave, covered with his coat. The ground in the cave was hard enough for a good night's sleep, but he was getting used to it. William woke up quite early and stretched his body after sleeping. William got up and saw that Emily was nowhere to be found. She must have left already. William noticed a red box. He didn't know what it was or how it got there or if it had always been in this cave. William opened the box and saw treasures for him. There were 10 bottles of the blood of a fierce beast and 10 golden cards. William was surprised by this discovery. and his first thought was that Emily must have left it behind. William sighed and thanked her, because he really needed it now. William opened the bottle. It was enough for him to train and reach the level of an elite warrior, but then his plans changed. He made a plan that he would first train to become an elite warrior, and only then would he look for the lighthouse jellyfish and drink the first bottle of blood. William was quite pleased and glad to have this opportunity. He drank the entire bottle and looked at it. For 4 months, a light fire burned in the oven and the meat was cooked. William was sitting nearby, practicing his strength, his hair even longer than the last time. Outside the cave, a terrible thunderclap sounded and a terrible lightning appeared. William stood up and looked at his hand, which was full of energy. There was an explosion. William stood and looked at his body. It was all in energy. Is this really the stage of an elite warrior? William put on his coat and was ready to go hunting the beast. When William came out of the cave, he saw 11 new tombstones. William stood there looking at the graves, believing that Emily had done all this. William took 1 stone, thinking that there must not be a single bone left of the dead, for there were many fierce beasts. William thought Emily was noble, because before he left, she installed these headstones and placed a stone on one of them. William's eyes lit up, and he saw the same umbrella that Emily and the other warrior had used to dive into the water. William took the umbrella and opened it, wondering if it was still usable. When raindrops started to fall on the umbrella, he noticed and realized that it was a waterproof screen. William began to climb the mountain as if he were in a drop of rain, which was a wonderful thing for him. William realized that he would have no problems entering the water with this umbrella. The guy jumped up and quickly moved by, diving into the water. William was protected in the water by a waterproof screen. His speed increased with this item. William activated his shadow talent underwater and saw something in the distance. William saw a tigerfish status window with an average blood level. William was a bit frightened by the ferocious mid-level beast that surfaced. William was alarmed because the beast almost saw him, but it was good that he was much lower than the beast's head. The guy decided to swim down because he was not interested in this fierce beast. William went down below and saw coral and a wormhole in front of him, and he thought that this must be the deepest part of the lake. William looked ahead. He began to doubt whether there were really glowing jellyfish, but behind him was a beast with large tentacles. Before William knew it, a tentacle hit his barrier. He started to look at who attacked him and saw the status of the window, where it said about a lighthouse jellyfish and his healing status was high. A large and terrible beast rose up in front of him and began to attack William. William was not confused. He summoned his shadow blade and it appeared in his hand. William tried to attack the jellyfish with a blade in one hand and an umbrella in the other. William wounded the jellyfish and it began to growl. It became even more angry at the boy. The tentacle of the ferocious beast was cut off, but in a moment it regenerated. William saw that the wound he had inflicted on the monster healed quickly. He was amazed at this supreme healing talent. The lighthouse jellyfish was quickly pointing its tentacle toward William. It tried to hit his barrier, and William tried to deter its attack. William wanted to copy the beast's talent by reproaching it, and he succeeded. But the tentacle threw William far enough away from the beast. William hit a rock and began to suffocate underwater because he accidentally let go of his umbrella. William stood up. He wanted to receive the gift of healing, and energy shone around him. The monster's energy was rapidly flowing toward William, and William was shocked that the jellyfish could do that. The energy knocked down his barrier, injured his arm, and fused his umbrella. William managed to take in some air before the umbrella was completely lowered, and the water bubble came down with it. William started seeing a lot of beacon jellyfish status screens. William was standing alone, and in front of him was a whole group of jellyfish, and he was shocked that there were so many of them. William received the talent of healing from a lighthouse jellyfish, and now there was no point in him fighting a whole group of monsters. It was raining heavily on the territory of the Lake of Death, and William tried to get out of the depths into the surface. It was hard for William to get out, and he was still being followed by one of the lighthouse jellyfish. William activated his talent for speed and moved up the mountain. He barely made it to the place of his cave. He was exhausted from the battle. He sat down on the ground and sighed. He was glad that he had managed to escape from the monsters. He introduced a window of talent, and it was important for him to copy the talent first. The copy request window popped up, and William selected yes, and then the button lit up. William fell to the ground, his body glowing with green energy. William was glad that after so many times of coma, his body got used to the pain. William looked at his status. He had one more talent added to him, and it was a higher level of healing. The merger process was easier than William expected, and he wanted to try his hand at it. William looked at his arm. There was a wound from a jellyfish. The venom of these jellyfish was very poisonous. An ordinary person had no chance of surviving. William activated his talent for healing, and his arm instantly healed. William began to hit the stone wall, destroying it and creating another passage in the cave. He was happy with this talent because it had no side effects. William looked at his hand. He realized that all his talents were auxiliary, and to fight stronger people he needed the talent of attack. After spending so much time on the Lake of Death, he needs to go back. William was already home the next day, reading a book about different monsters. Emma was cutting William's hair and was angry with her brother for leaving without saying anything, and William apologized to his sister for that. William stopped at the page with the magic ant. It was a low-level beast and kept to the group. The peculiarity was that if they attacked in a group, it was difficult for a great warrior to escape. William became fascinated by the study of the magic ant. It was what he was looking for. William came to the combat pavilion where he was greeted with a warm welcome. Diana was looking through something on the shelf with items. She didn't see that it was William, and as always, she asked what the customer needed. Diana was happy to see William and asked him what he wanted to buy today. He asked for a black ant and handed over a leaf, and Diana was interested in it, thinking it was for alcohol because it was a very good tonic. William asked if he looked weak, but Diana disappointed him because they didn't have magic ants. Diana offered an alternative. She could share information about magic measures, and William was interested to hear it. Diana told us about a base that plans to open a trade channel with another mid-level base. But the bottom line is that there are many fierce beasts between these two bases, including a lair of magic ants. William became more serious because the nearest base is the Iron Tooth base. Diana agreed with William. This base is 100 miles away from the waterfront base. William began to tell him that the Miller family believed the Iron Tooth was involved in the death of their family member, and that they were planning an invasion. Diana told William that the Miller family had gone there to investigate, and Iron Tooth had helped them, and they had helped Iron Tooth negotiate trade channels. William realized that nothing good ever happens when the Miller family interferes. Diana found something that looked like a card and handed it to William. Diana gave William a token to join the activity, because a large base will not work for a mid-level base, except in their dreams. Diana told him about the plan of the two bases, that they wanted to send soldiers to clear out the ferocious beasts on the trade channel, and he could take part in it. William was looking at the badge because the Smith family owns the base on the waterfront, and even the Miller family has to bow to them. William was excited now, and it was his time to look at this trade route. William was amazed that the Smith family was able to collect hundreds of aces in such a short time. William was ready. He had brought everything he needed, but he needed to be careful. People in the crowd started pointing at the man walking in front of the statue. Jake went on stage and started speaking to people. He was the son of the current head and the best warrior of the elite. Behind him stood the stern Mr. George, along with Jonathan's great-grandfather, Mr. Donald. William looked mean and stood between the people who had gathered. They met again. Jake started talking to people about their large base and that now there is a problem with limited resources and it is difficult to meet all the growing needs now. The men and soldiers listened attentively to Jake, and he wanted to convince them that cooperation with the middle base would be of great benefit to them and that this operation was important to them. Jake stood on stage and explained that it was dangerous to clear the path of fierce animals, and he understood that. William began to urge people by raising his voice that the trophies from this battle were better than any he had ever hunted. The people and soldiers cheered and supported the Smith family, and William noticed one of the soldiers. William seemed to recognize this hero as Captain Windwald, who had once saved him. William wondered if Captain Windwolf remembered him. Jake continued his speech and wanted to remove the doubts of the people. Jake promised the warriors that everything they got during the battle would remain theirs. The soldiers and people were already more excited about this news and began to shout out their praise. William also added that those who are at the warrior stage will receive an additional reward, 20 vials of blood of a medium-level ferocious beast, as well as 2 million coins. Next, Jake motivated elite warriors, who will be able to receive 3 portions of the blood of an advanced ferocious beast and 10 million gold coins. Jake invited people to register and wanted no one to return empty-handed, but rather with many treasures. People started running to the registration table and they were asked to get in line. People were asked to put their hand on the test stone so that it could assess their abilities. Each participant approached a stone and touched it, and the stone showed their level of progress. Every time she invited the next person, there was a long line of people who wanted to pass this test. William realized that the girl was right and that he shouldn't work for these families. Mr. George stood behind the girl with the list of participants and watched them closely. William lowered his eyes. He knew that if the stone showed the abilities of an elite warrior, it would create unnecessary problems for him. William approached the stone and had the idea that this stone evaluates abilities based on strength, and if he exerts less of it, he will produce a lower level. William put his hand to the stone, which he considered sufficient to show that he was a warrior in late life. William concentrated and directed his power at the stone. William was able to deceive the stone, and it showed a warrior at a late stage and gained access to participate. George suspected William. He thought it was strange for a warrior to be in late stature. People started whispering to each other that William impressed them, and they also said that he didn't look very young. People were surprised that he had such strength at such a young age, as if he came from a wealthy family and was a genius. William would turn back and walk away from people, and people would gossip about him, saying that he had a monster's talent for cultivation. William was a little bit pleased that he had attracted people's attention, but it was too much, although he only showed half of his abilities, but he probably overdid it. The group of warriors were talking to each other. They were impressed with William because at such a young age he had a late-stage hero, and at their age they were intermediate warriors. One of the heroes suggested to the captain that the boy join them because they were missing one person. Captain Windwolf said that he was a late-stage warrior and very popular, that he had no business looking at them. William was walking straight toward the group of heroes, and one of the members of the group of warriors pointed to William, who was walking straight toward them. William went up to the captain, who was very happy to see him. At first, the captain did not recognize him, but later he remembered the boy who had saved the little girl from the Silver Moon Wolf. The captain was impressed with William's success. He was able to reach this level after a year of time. William was a little embarrassed, so he asked the captain if he could join the Windwolves in this operation. Captain Windwolf was pleased to have William join the team and welcomed him to the team. William bowed and asked to be taken care of, but the captain stopped him and asked him to put aside these formalities and start working. A girl was passing by and said that they felt more confident with the soldier at the late stage. The area where the mission was supposed to take place was gray with many destroyed buildings. The captain warned that no one should act rashly, even though the map says that there are only low-level beasts here, but one must be sure of safety and be on the lookout. William called the captain, warning him that something was coming very fast. They were surrounded by ferocious animals, but the captain tried to calm the group down so that there was no panic. The fierce beasts were like wolves, very angry and hungry. The captain has distributed the tasks to the team. He takes the front, and the others take the back, and the rest do what they see fit. William was serious. He was confident in his abilities, so he asked them to trust him. William and the warrior began to attack the beasts, and the other heroes who remained on the spot were surprised by his actions. William seemed to be jealous of his strength, and he wanted to give up and not show his strength, but it was difficult. The girl was delighted with William. She liked him more and more, and others also expressed their admiration for his strength at such a young age. The captain was very angry that he was not letting him feel a little pride and trying to break his bubble. The other was apologizing to the captain. One of the heroes sat down next to the wolf. He could not understand why they did not attack them when they were already in the valley, so they had a better chance of winning. One of the team members thought that maybe it wasn't that they didn't want to attack. Maybe they couldn't do it, but the others didn't understand his words and what they meant. The captain suggested that it might not be their territory, and that there might be high-ranking fierce beasts deep in the territory. Jimmy was afraid that there might be more powerful beasts, because there were only 5 of them. Michael went over to Jimmy and tried to reassure him that they had 2 last-stage warriors and 3 mid-level warriors, that there was nothing to be afraid of. The captain came up to Michael and Jimmy and showed them the radio, and they were a little surprised by this. The soldiers' radio was tuned to communication, and they assumed that the connection might be with the Smith family. The captain reassured his men a bit. Every captain is right to call for help if necessary, so no one should worry. The boys calmed down and went further down the road in search of monsters. The area was completely destroyed. The houses were old and crumbling, and Captain Windwolf's team was moving further into the city. A small group of warriors was the first to attack a beast. William looked ahead as the soldiers attacked, wondering if they would be okay. Jimmy wanted to make the captain happy, and told him that they had won, and the captain praised them for their excellent work. Michael approached Olivia and praised her, for if she had not distracted the monster with her arrow, they would have had a hard time defeating it. Jimmy started to brush it off as not being difficult, since it was just a low-level ferocious beast. While Jimmy was bragging about how he could defeat 2 or 3 more if they attacked now, it would not be a problem. A fireball was already coming at him. William quickly moved to Jimmy and managed to grab his leg to prevent the bullet from hitting him. The fireball hit the wall of the house and there was an explosion. Some soldiers did not understand what was happening, and it was the talent of the beast's fire. William stood and looked toward the enemy, and everyone realized that it was not over. 3 terrible heads of a fierce beast appeared through the fire. They were very angry and roared loudly. The captain began to call for help on the radio, saying that they were in Zone B and had problems there. 3 fierce monsters stood in front of the team of warriors, throwing their fireballs. Captain Windwolf was shocked. There was only a hiss on the radio. His request for help was ignored. Michael began to reproach the captain for overestimating the Steve family and for not caring about their lives, and the captain was very angry about it. The captain was furious. He believed he had followed the right and decent people and thought they could achieve something as a team that knew the Steve family. Captain Windwolf smashed his radio out of anger at this family. He thought the entire Base 15 was completely corrupt. He took his sword and wanted to stop the beast to save the lives of my team and ordered them to flee. The captain was serious, and Michael was shocked that he didn't think they were brothers, that they would go with him. The captain got even more angry and said that it was an order and they are not negotiable. Jimmy started to run. He started to scream, "Are they going to stand there and die?" And William looked at him calmly. Jimmy finally left them to have fun, and he left. Michael was furious at Jimmy's behavior because people like him who had recently joined were not reliable, and if he survived, he would kill him. The captain approached William. He was sorry if he died because he had talent, and asked him to take his 2 brothers with him. Michael was still angry. He told William that he had also just joined and let him run away. Olivia was also supportive. She didn't want him to waste his bright future. William was cunning and told the team that of course he would run. But William ran toward the ferocious beast. He was not going to run away like the last coward. William stopped in one hand with a sword and a knapsack in the other, and he called to the team to go forward and attack. The captain started shouting because it was the aura of an ace and that he was masking his energy. Michael and Olivia were surprised. They did not understand how this was possible. The monster released its fireball, and William did not want to reveal his powers at first. William ran straight at the enemy, destroying his fireball. William jumped right at the monster. He realized that without making a single step, the wind wolves would be destroyed. William chopped off the monster's head. He knew that people like the captain of the wind wolves could easily escape on their own. William continued to attack the monsters. He realized that the captain had chosen to stay and let the others escape, and if he continued to hide his power, he would not be able to be himself. The bridges had already prepared for a new attack, with fireballs in their mouths. William thought that if he could do this, there would be no difference between him and the Miller family. He realized that there was no time to think about the dangers he faced for revealing his abilities, and he did not believe that Captain Windwolf could cause him any trouble. There was a terrible struggle between the fierce monsters who constantly threw their fireballs and William. Olivia was in awe of William's strength. She didn't know if it was the strength of an ace warrior or something else. She was amazed that he was so powerful. William was completely focused on the monsters. He had to defeat them. William readied his blade and swung at the monsters in front of him. William used his shadow power and began to strike all the monsters. The fierce beasts fell to the ground from the injuries inflicted by William. Captain Windwalker was very serious. He had no doubt that William would have been in the top class of the waterfront base. Jimmy was scared, angry, and hungry wolves were heading towards him. They began to tear him apart by pulling on different parts of his body with their teeth. Michael informed his captain that the 15-year-old boy was in danger. The captain asked him to leave him alone, because a man dreams when he wants to leave such a territory alone. William picked up his backpack from the ground and put it on, and he reported to the captain that the road was clear and that he was moving on. William looked back at the captain and asked if they were joining or staying put. The warriors stood shocked, and the captain of the Wind Wolves firmly said that they were moving in a pack. William stood and looked back. He asked the captain to stop here for now. He wanted to try something. Captain Windwolf did not understand William. He asked if he wanted to go even deeper, and of course William did. Michael remarked that it was not a wise choice to continue exploring at this time, but William said they could go back first, and he would go on. The captain was shocked that William decided to go alone, even though he did not doubt William's abilities. It was still a danger. William had already turned around and was leaving when the captain started looking for him and asked to discuss it. The captain was upset about this. Michael and Olivia wanted to follow William, but the captain refused. They could delay him if they went. William continued walking along the city road, and the captain explained that with his abilities, he didn't need anyone's help. William walked past the corpses of ferocious beasts before coming across influential families until things got more complicated. William realized that before he could meet them, he needed to test his healing powers. Houses were burning along the street, and William smelled a strong, unpleasant odor. William smelled bad and thought he had reached the old nest. William ducked out of the ruined rubble, pointing upward toward the nest. William was attacked by a strong, muscular hand, and it was difficult for him to restrain it. She hit him and threw him aside at high speed. William regrouped and began to run quickly at the enemy again. The giant hand wanted to catch William, but he successfully dodged its attempts. William jumped out from under the hand and ran up the mountain, followed by a fierce beast, and he fell to level ground with it. William was pleased. He decided to use the ferocious monster as a golden touchstone. He would test his healing talent on it. The ferocious monster growled, even though it stood below Viam and was not much taller than him. A fiery sphere formed in the beast's mouth, and Viam was a little afraid of it. The sphere crashed right into William, tearing his clothes into rags and causing a massive explosion. Before the group of wind wolves could leave, they saw a strong explosion in the distance. Captain Windfall was afraid for his brother William, and he looked into the distance and worried about him. William was delighted that he didn't have a single scratch on him, and he began to tease the scary monster. William was facing the beast. He wanted to continue everything. He wanted to test his talent. The monster was not long in coming, and with his Prometheus-like powers, he pointed it directly at William, and he sat under it and tried to endure the pain. William was lying in the middle of the fire, saying that it was fair and just to him. William continued to piss off the monster. He wanted to see if it could burn him alive. William took his sword and was ready for battle. He said either he would burn him or Will would outlive him. William was quite serious and quickly started running towards the monster. William jumped right in front of the monster's head. William held his sword right in front of the monster, and it had already prepared another portion of scorching light. There was another explosion. A strong blast wave destroyed nearby houses, and high smoke rose. The wind wolves arrived at the scene, and Michael noted that the fire had been going on for about an hour. The captain fought his way through the fire. Michael kept asking if William was alive, but the captain knew that they had no place in this battle. William sat and rested on the monster, looking into the distance. William looked at the monster and realized that he had won this battle. He looked quite tired. William felt powerless. His talent for healing took too much energy. William got up and began to examine the monster, which was a medium-level ferocious beast. William decided to use the beast's blood to gain strength and began to suck it in. William got on the monster and began cultivating to restore himself. There was an explosion, and Mukael asked the captain of the Wind Wolves if it was the end. Michael pointed in the direction of the ruined boudoir, and someone's silhouette emerged from it. Michael started shouting that it was William and he was coming back from there. William approached the group of soldiers and asked the captain if he had asked them to return to the city first. Captain Windwolf began to smile and make excuses. They were unfortunately unable to help, but they were worried about him. The captain realized that his clothes had been burned, so he offered his fragrant set of clothes. The clothes were a little too big for William, but he didn't care much about it, and he sat down a little in front of Olivia. A group of windwolves asked the captain what to do with the prey. The captain looked at the dead monster and told William to decide, because it was his job. William suggested that they take the spoils, since they had stayed behind and the fierce beasts had left. Michael and Olivia cut the beast down, but they were happy. They had never seen so much prey. They were not killed, but they were very tired. Elijah looked surprised. He asked the captain not to worry about those outside. He had to deal with the Lizard King inside first. The captain was shocked that William wanted to destroy the Lizard King, and that he would not go with them to carry away the loot. William had already turned around and left, but the captain wanted to know where he was going. William smilingly said that he was going to go to the territory of magic ants. The captain was very shocked by this information, because he understood how dangerous they were. William quickly moved around the city, looking for the way to the magic ants. William was already running ahead. The captain was saying that he had heard that the hardest mission in the plan for this sweep was a magic ant nest. The captain told William that although ants are a low-level ferocious beast, they cover every inch of their nest. William landed when the captain finished saying that no matter how good a warrior he was, it would be difficult for him to go it alone. In the arena, soldiers lined up in front of 3 high-ranking people. William stopped and looked, and now he knows where large groups gather. George and Donald stood seriously, and behind them was an army of soldiers from the First Academy. A soldier stood in front of the Miller and Smith families and wondered which family it was and who was there. The warrior noticed the stern and powerful warrior and ordered his men to catch him. He stood there and watched, realizing that sooner or later he would have to join them anyway. William was taken by 2 other soldiers and led to the head of the group. The man became angrier. Does the boy have the strength of an elite warrior? A warrior named Redrich asked the boy who he was and why he was following them. William started laughing, saying that he had heard about their great mission and wanted to help. Redrich ordered his subordinates to let the boy go. Redrich began to question William about his family and why they did not come together. The men standing next to him began to deny that he was not with them and that they did not know William. William bowed his head to Redrich when he began to say that such warriors were rarely seen with such strength and why no one knew about him. Jake came up to them and started laughing at how no one knew about him. Jake began to defend him to Redrich, saying that he came from the Smith family. William started laughing when Jake said he was one of them. He realized that the Smith family was much more adept than the Miller family when it came to kidnapping. Jake asked the guy what he was waiting for and if he was going to join the team. Jake was angry and happy to get an elite warrior out of nowhere. Emily and Diana stood upstairs watching the events below, not realizing how easily the family had slept through the pickup of William. Diana completely agreed with her miss. Emily was serious. She believed that William could only belong in the battle pavilion. A crowd of warriors led by Jacob, Mr. Jordoge, and Dold were heading through the desert. William realized that he would not be able to improve his skills by sneaking around as he had done before. But William was also confident in himself, because with the abilities he now has, he has nothing to fear. Redrich stopped the column of warriors in front of the energy sphere, which was in the middle of their road. The old warrior finished the formation and asked the man to get ready. Redrich looked and thought. They looked like peaks to him. The whole team stood in front of a large castle built by a white nest of magic ants. William looked at the fortress and was happy because they had finally reached this place. Redrich praised the man and allowed him to move forward to the front of the column. Redrich turned and ordered a group of soldiers to move away from him. One of the soldiers could not understand what old Redrich was going to do. Redrich folded his arms and began to concentrate, and suddenly a pentagram appeared above the magic ant nest. The old warrior waved his hands to the ground and ordered the pentagram to open. There was a powerful explosion, and the pentagram opened over the magic ant's nest, and all the warriors were shocked. Jake started shouting at Redrich to underestimate the strength of the Iron Tooth. Redrich confronted a powerful formation. It surprised him, and he wanted to study it in the future. Diana was shocked that her husband was using such a precious formation, but Emily explained that the Iron Tooth had its own plans. The girl looked at it and thought that one fireball would be enough to suppress the embankment base as far as possible. The ground began to crack under the ant nest, and the soldiers began to scream. It was a very powerful formation. The monster turned into ashes, and the shiny body of the magic ants was not even visible. The warriors were happy. The magic ant nest was gone. It had all turned to ash. William was annoyed because if he didn't have a fully functional body, he wouldn't be able to copy his talent. Emily realized that this old man had ruined everything, as if they had stirred up a hornet's nest. When the soldiers came closer, they did not understand what such a large hole was, as they could not see anything. The warrior was frightened by something that began to sparkle from inside the chai and quickly approached him. A giant ant flew out of the pit and struck the nearest enemy. The ant landed in front of a group of soldiers and growled at them. Everyone was surprised by the ant's appearance. Even George and Donald were a little scared of it. The soldiers could not understand how this was possible, because they could not see the oars as they watched an ant's nest turn to ashes. William stood behind the people. He was happy to see the ant, so he could copy its talent. One by one, a dozen more magical ants appeared, and there were too many of them. Redrich took command and ordered everyone to prepare for the attack. Jake took off his jacket and ordered the entire seaside base to prepare to fight him. There were hundreds of ants on the territory. They always kept groups, and the warriors gathered their courage and began to attack their enemy. William pounced on one of the ants and hit it so hard that it fell to the ground dead. William stood near the ant. Other soldiers ran past him. One less to keep it up, they shouted to him. William looked around to see if anyone saw him and decided it was time to touch the low-level beast. William successfully copied the talent of the magic ant and became even stronger. A talent window appeared asking for permission to copy the magic ant's talent. A couple more ants growled at William's side. He couldn't merge with them here now. William threw down his sword. He had to look for a safe place to merge with the new talent. William activated the talent of speed and began to quickly attack the fierce beasts. William also used his shadow talent to inflict severe wounds on ants overnight. Other soldiers ran to attack the monsters, killing them one by one. Rengrich noted the oppressive aura of the beast. It was an advanced level beast, and he was surprised to see it. A large paw of the monster rose out of the pit and stood in front of a bunch of people. A ferocious beast stood over the soldiers, a beast of advanced level, and Rengrich ordered them to retreat. Donald was the first to run away from the monster, followed by George, who was shouting at him to wait for him. Jake stood near the low-level monster and watched them run away. He was angry at them. They were fast. Jake turned to his men and ordered them to retreat. The soldiers began to panic and run away from the fierce monsters as Emily watched, thinking they were a dirty bunch. Emily called for Diana to come back when she saw William. Emma looked back at Diana and reassured her that he would be able to escape. William also began to run away with the other warriors. He did not understand if there were no great warriors in their team, why they were running away. If the attack power of ferocious beasts strengthened by power talent is the equivalent of a Grand Master. William looked at them and realized that they were miserable people with an ironclad foundation, and they did not inspire trust at all. William began to run in the opposite direction, right at the diligent monster. The soldiers flew straight into the jaws of the beast, begging and screaming to be saved. An advanced-level magic ant growled and circles began to form in its mouth. It was very difficult for the soldiers to fight the monster. The air was like hell. The soldiers were surprised. They could not understand why the guy was moving faster and faster. William noticed a black gas, probably a suppressor, and he had to get out of there as soon as possible. William became even faster and tried to avoid all the obstacles that came his way. William stood in front of the red balloon. He was dead and was in the mood for a serious fight. The golden ants looked at the crowd and ordered us to leave this group. William returned to the bones of the beast and examined them as if looking for something very important. William appreciated the captain and the wind wolves. They were real hunters, leaving nothing but bones. William jumped to the tallest building and landed on the roof. William noticed the sunset over the ruined city, and it was silent. William sat down and opened the talent window, which asked if he wanted to copy the talent. William agreed, and the merging of the body with the attacking talent began. William realized that among the so-called VIPs, absolute power is the only pretender. William got everything he wanted here, and now he can go home. Emma was angry with her brother for not being able to talk to her properly and pretending to be Master Gao. Emma was very angry with William. She shouted at him, but he was calm. She thought he was pretending to be deaf and dumb. Emma went to the kitchen, warning William not to blame her later. Emma was very angry with her brother, so she decided to put a lot of salt in the food she was cooking. Emma set the table. Everything looked great, and she invited her brother to the table to eat. Emma started flattering her brother because he worked hard all the time, so she cooked all this for him. William was happy, so he tried to enjoy the food his sister had prepared for him. William heard someone knocking on the door, but Emma began to insist that he at least take a bite. William did not listen. He jumped up from the table and ran to the door. William opened the door, and a very large and stout man stood in front of him, and he asked who he was looking for. William didn't recognize the captain at first, but he immediately greeted him, and Captain Windwolf looked happy. It was unusual to see him without a suit. William invited the captain to come in and asked him why he had come. The captain wanted to give him some of his hunting earnings. Captain Windwolf opened his backpack. It was filled with many valuable treasures. William came down a little bit and told the captain that he shouldn't have done that. The captain did not accept any objections. With him, everyone gets their share of the spoils. William invited his friend to stay for dinner and wanted to ask him something, when the captain saw so much delicious food he could not refuse. Emma sat in front of the captain a little angry because William had evaded his punishment. Windwolf liked the food very much. He hadn't eaten so well for a long time. Emma felt a little embarrassed in front of the guest and asked if the dishes were too salty. The captain kept pouring him enough salt, and the food was very bland, so he thought she added less salt. Emma was drinking tea next to the captain and asked him how long he would enjoy his meal. William and the captain moved to the living room. William asked about the latest developments on the removal of the beast while he was at home and doing chores. The captain said that the Iron Tooth base and the Linhai base suffered a lot of losses. William was puzzled for a moment and asked if the captain was sure they had suffered losses. Captain Windwolf packed fruit and said that we lost about 50 elite warriors and 3 great warriors. William wondered if the 3 great warriors had died in a large anthill. He said that when the first wave retreated, another wave was organized later, but they were still defeated. Kaftan said that this made the Iron Tooth base very angry, and they decided to involve the Grandmasters, who in turn finished off these ants, and especially the magic ant of the advanced level. William was shocked. It meant that the trade route was cleared, but the captain did not know what the Iron Tooth was up to. Emma was cleaning the kitchen after receiving a guest. She heard the conversation between William and the captain, and did not understand why they were paying such a high price. William thought about the Iron Tooth base and what plan they might have. William came out of the captain's office to see him off, but the captain refused, saying that they would see him more often now. William stood and watched the captain walk away. A man called him on the street. The man introduced himself as Stan, a butler for the Miller family. William was surprised, and the head of the family ordered him to invite William to dinner. And Stan handed the invitation to William, but he declined the invitation because he hasn't wanted to go out lately. Stan said that no one has ever turned down an invitation from the Miller family. A man came up to him and began to calm him down so that he could resolve everything peacefully. Stan approached William and told him to accept this invitation peacefully and to know his place. William took his hand away and gave him a punch, twisting his arm in the other direction. William began to beat Stan. He was very angry at the way he was treated. The captain asked William to calm down and stop beating him. Stan began to run away from William, promising him that he would come back and kill him one day. The captain walked by, saying that it is better to provoke a gentleman than an ordinary person. William looked at his arm. He had great strength and almost used it, but broke his arm. Stan was very angry with William. What right did he have to attack him? He'll show us what he's made of. It was quiet in the Miller house. Only the footsteps of a man could be heard. The elder Miller was sitting in his chair. Stan ran into the luxurious room where the head of the family was, and he was very worried. Stan stumbled while running and fell to his knees, begging the owner to take revenge on him. The man was angry because he had sent his servant to invite someone to dinner, not to kill them, and he wanted to know what had happened. Stan began to tell me how well-mannered he was and how respectful he was when he delivered the invitations. He started crying that the boy had sent him away when he heard that he was from the Miller family. Ethan was furious with what he heard, and Stan continued to complain about William for tearing up the invitation that Ethan had handwritten. Ethan got very angry and hit Stan so hard that he flew to the other end of the hall. He was angry at how William could not appreciate his kindness. The older man started coughing, and Ethan started shouting to him to ask about his father's condition. Ethan took the pills and gave them to his father, who took them and washed them down with water. The elder Miller has to use a secret art to stay strong and fight everything. He injured his heart during a battle with ants, and now he doesn't know if it can heal. Ethan did not want to hear these stories. He believes that his father will fix him, and he will be fine. Ethan's father started to get up from his chair, saying that he knew his body better than anyone else. He got up and left, saying that one day he would die and the Miller family would have a warrior for a long time. The older man realized that this was a devastating disaster, and Ethan asked his father if he was waiting for an invitation from the Smith family. But he had a different plan. They had to get ahead of the Smith family in this matter. The head of the Miller family was angry, and if he failed to invite them, then he would take them over. Ethan began to shout loudly, saying that William was a stranger, and even if they managed to capture him, how could they be sure of his faithfulness to the ministry? The elder showed him a bird with an elixir that would help them be sure of his loyalty. The head of the family wanted to use it during the feast, but now the plans have changed and he has to do it earlier. His father handed him a bottle of elixir so that he could keep it. Ethan looked at this shoulder in amazement, and he was very interested in it. My father ordered that they first deprive him of his freedom, then give him a new identity, and later brainwash him. His father invented the story of an illegitimate child so that William could recognize his ancestors, and then they would force him to change his surname to Miller. His father told Ethan to calm down, because no one was stealing his position as head of the family, and he could be your illegitimate child and it wouldn't matter. Ethan began to joke that his father was more worried about him. He was only worried about the family's reputation. My father decided to sit down because there was no time to waste on nonsense. Ethan bowed to his father and said that he would take 10 elders with him to fulfill the plan. Ethan did not believe that with so many people they could not catch William. Dark spots were moving very quickly over the city, and they were soldiers of the Miller family. One of the soldiers reported that he had already entered William's apartment. He repeated the plan of action to capture his sister in order to blackmail him, and he surrendered. The rest of the group was on the roof of the house, and he would let us know if anything changed. The warrior opened the door and entered William's room. He was just sleeping at the time. The soldier reported that he had found his target and was ordered to capture him. He lifted the blanket, pulled out his dagger, and swung it under the blanket. The warrior was shocked, and a strong hand took him by the throat. William lifted him up above him, smiling right into his face. William told him that he had been watching them for a long time and added that they were slow. There was an energy aura around William that was very strong. The warrior was confused because William had squeezed his neck hard and his face began to squint and deform. The radio fell out of his hands and he fell dead on the floor. The radio was asking him to respond. William put on a radio headset and said that he had captured the person and was going to throw him to the ground. The elder was shocked that it was William and heard the sounds of a broken window and threw their warrior to the ground outside. The elder on the roof could not understand what was happening inside the building. A couple of elders found the boy on the street. He was without signs of life. His breathing had stopped. One of the elders asked the others to be careful because this child was probably calling for help. How could he call for help? Is there anyone else who can take care of the Miller family? They noticed someone near the cooling units and ran there, shouting for him to show himself. Then the older man began to doubt his guesses, whether he was wrong. At once, William appeared and took off the head of one of the elders with his blade. He was satisfied with his work. He was the second of the 10 elders. The elders began to scatter, believing that William had hired a dark shadow to kill him. The boy stood back and activated his talent of speed and began to strike the other elders. They did not understand what kind of high-speed monster was attacking them. The guy killed one by one. He was very fast. The elders were scared of him. One of the elders wanted to strike a blow from the top of William's head, saying that they had finally shown the main part of the revelation. But William managed to jump away and the warrior made a hole in the ground with his fist. William activated his talents one by one, first his speed, then his shadow talent, alternating between striking effectively and pointing out the unexpected. William spun around in the battle, showing a variety of tricks and made a shadowy assassination. The elder began to fuss. He could not quite understand what was happening. He wanted someone to react quickly. William jumped from his roof to the ground with a dagger in his hand. William braced himself for a new wave of attack, holding a shadow blade in his hand. A couple of the remaining officers were surprised that it was William and that he had done it all. One of them ordered to grab William and ran at him in a group. William hid his shadowy talent and balled his hand into a fist. William activated his power talent and ran toward the elders. He took 2 foremen and sent them up. One of them shouted that he would not be able to fool 2 attacks under any circumstances. William threw the elders up, and he began to roar and show all his power. 2 soldiers fell on the road, breaking it, and William looked stout and was heading toward them. The sergeant major was scared. He said it was impossible. He was not an elite martial artist. William finally asked if the young master's father was Miller. The warrior didn't want to die, so he agreed with William and also wanted to make a deal with him. George Miller begged William on his knees, and William told him in secret that he had killed his son. But George said nothing. He said that everything was fine. Miller continued to humiliate himself by offering William money, anything he wanted, but he wasn't interested, so he activated his power. Will had to push George into the ground and squeeze his head with all his might. Will liked to kill his enemies to prevent unnecessary trouble. It was night in the city, and William stood over George Miller's body, a strong aura overtaking him. William took the dead man's cloak, and those who are hired to harm his family will face the same end. William put on the cloak he had taken from the corpse. He walked confidently, saying that everyone would die. William activated his talent for speed and fled the scene. Jonathan coughed. He didn't understand why the top 10 elders hadn't returned yet. Ethan went to his father. He tried to calm him down so that he wouldn't worry. The man said that if the 10 best seniors are together, then nothing is impossible at the base. The shadow blade flew at high speed, and Jonathan just turned around. The blade hit something, and there was a small explosion, and Jotun barely managed to jump aside. The head of the family was confused. He asked who dared to cause trouble. The shadow blade stabbed into the bat, and a strong and powerful aura emanated from it. The owner called the blade into the one that jumped out of the stones and headed for William's hands. William stood on top and laughed, saying it was ridiculous to ask who he was. Ethan was in shock, asking William many questions about how he got here or where the 10 great elders were. William was laughing, and Ethan was furious. He wanted to know the answer to every question he asked. William didn't want to continue the conversation, so he quickly pointed his blade at Ethan, who stood still and waited for him. William thrust his blade forward, pointing it directly at Ethan's face, and he was frightened by the gesture. William passed his blade from top to bottom, and Ethan just tried to jump away so that the blade wouldn't hit him. Ethan was terrified. He was in terrible pain, and drool was spraying out of his mouth. Donald started running to his son when he fell dead in the hall. The father sat down and held his son close to him, mourning him with tears. Jonathan began to scream and cry. He was in great emotional pain from the loss of his son, and a strong aura began to manifest around him. William was calm. He had already seen Yadnold's secret art when he used it to escape. William took hold of his head. He began to perform the ritual, and his energy became greater and more powerful. Donald has become bigger. His muscles have grown several times, and he is very angry. The head of the family rushed at William, his eyes burning with hatred. William was a little frightened when he saw Donald grow bigger and take a swing at him. Donald punched William in the jaw, and he was slightly thrown back from the blow. William flew away, numerous fragments of the wall flying at him. William restrutted and paused and drew his shadow blade. Donald was coming for William, and he ordered him to prepare for death. Donald didn't care about obstacles. He kept walking. He wanted to crush William, to erase him into ashes. His hatred, even after his death, would not affect the head of the family. His bodyguards began to run to William's aid, and they raised the alarm because the killer had broken into the house. The guards surrounded William from all sides, shouting to protect their ancestor. William was angry. He pulled the blade out in front of him, and when he killed the head of the family, you only then realized that something was wrong. The whole Miller family was garbage from start to finish. The great warrior ordered William to be killed, and the guards began to run to attack him, but William did not wait for them. He ran to them as well. William jumped and swung at the first guard, who was the closest to the others. William began to swing his dagger from right to left, stabbing all the guards. The guards flew in all directions from William's blows and fell to the ground. The head of the Miller family was furious that this boy had the superior fighting skills of a martial arts master. William incited the great warrior to test how long his secret art would last. Donald raised his sword. He said that William was too arrogant. The great warrior and the elite warrior fought, Wilma's shadowy Koinok holding his sword. A terrible struggle was going on in the Miller's house, watched by 2 silhouettes of people outside. Silhouette asked if the Miller family had a great martial artist who fights, because his fighting ability is not weak. The assistant asked the owner if he could go and check it out, but he didn't want to rush into anything yet. The man looked serious. He just wanted to look at it for now. The soldiers continued their fight, their swords constantly clashing with each other. William and Donald were constantly on the attack. Their forces seemed to be on equal footing, each repelling the next enemy attack. Donald threw a smoke grenade at William, and it went off immediately. William was dumbfounded by Donald's cunning, and he used a smoke bomb to strike. William flew backward, grey smoke from the smoke bomb rising. Donald showed his teeth. He started running faster and reaching out to William. William quickly activated his talent for speed and moved to another part of the hall. William was serious, and he determinedly began to run at the great warrior. The 2 strong streams of magic were parallel to each other, and William just zigzagged between them. William just wanted to play with it. His eyes were gambling. He liked it. William quickly headed toward the blue sphere that emitted a blue aura. Donald felt a severe pain in his head. He was angry because the secret technique would soon end. Donald was thrown to the ground and began to return to his normal form. Donald was frightened and begged the young master to wait. William did not understand what to expect when there was a fight between strong warriors. If it had happened to him, he would have waited for it. The great warrior began to beg the young master to have mercy on him. He would give him all the treasures, as long as he did not kill. The warrior admitted defeat, and William was already reminded of this scenario. William agreed to let Donald get him all the treasures, put them here, and show them to him. Donald became angry in his hands. He created a ball of energy saying that it was one of them. Donald had a red ball in his hands. He created it out of magic. This red balloon started flying directly at William, and he was surprised. William began to run quickly away from the bright red ball, which was emitting strong red rays. William began to fight her off, needles flying everywhere. They all fell to the ground, and then William landed as well. William noticed a scratch on his cheek, which was not surprising from the Miller family. They were mean, and only knew how to use such tricks. Donald was laughing gloatingly at William. His eyes were crazy. William sat down, and Donald kept laughing at him, saying that in the end he would die in his arms anyway. William fired an arrow straight into the heart of the great warrior and began to run toward him. Donald was furious and surprised. He screamed loudly, and a lot of spittle came out of his mouth. The captain sat down and waited, not understanding why William had not yet returned. Captain Woundwolf sat thinking that he might have to become a nanny for his younger sister. Behind him, the captain heard a familiar voice that heard his complaints. The captain turned around and was surprised to see his comrade and friend. William appeared before him unharmed, not a single wound, and he thanked the captain of the Windwolves for taking care of his sister. The captain quickly jumped to his feet and ran over to William, glad to have him back and hoping that everything was back to normal. William informed the captain that as of today, there is no longer a Miller family at Lynn Base. Captain Windwolf began to cough. His coughing was relentless. William asked where his sister was and whether his killers had found him, and the captain assured him that it was a safe place for her. She had taken sleeping pills and was now sleeping. William was glad, and now he is calm that nothing happened that night. Captain Windwolf suggested that we go downstairs because it was already cold on the roof. The captain jumped off the roof first, followed by William. The captain asked William what he planned to do next if the entire Miller family was dead. William said that he would help Emma in cultivation, and the captain was surprised by this. William was walking alongside Captain Windwold, and one of them asked if there was a culture of speed for normal people. The captain and William went inside. He was explaining to the boy that you need to spend a lot of money and resources. That's what kids from rich families do. It was easy for him. The captain was upset. The guy had to go check on his sister. She was sleeping upstairs. William went to his sister's room, and she was already sleeping sweetly. He sat down next to her and began to call her name quietly so that she would wake up. Emma began to wake up and stretch to stir herself. The girl called Ilya her big brother, and he was sitting next to her. The girl was very happy to see her brother. She jumped out of bed and hugged her brother. The girl was very worried about her brother and was afraid. Emma thought he would never come back. William promised that he would always be there for her and would not leave her, and Emma memorized those words. William assured his sister that he was not lying to her at all and that she could believe him. People were discussing the last polls. They didn't believe that the Miller family had been destroyed. They wanted to know how strong this person must have been. People in the crowd noticed that amazing people had come, and they also noticed Diana there. The young master of the Smith family, Brian Smith, and the great martial artist Jake Smith appeared in front of the people. Diana wanted to draw her Mrs. attention to the people who came from the Smith family. Emily looked without any emotion at the people who came and went from this family. Jake asked for silence. He could never have thought that the ancestor of the Miller family would stoop so low to such a state. Jake held up a red ball. He said it was their hidden weapon, a steel pearl ball, their trump card. Brian said that this bullet is insidious. It helps to kill people, but there is a drawback. It has a wide range of action and is extremely powerful. Even great masters will not be able to escape. He held the bullet in his palm and it began to crack, the golden needle of the bullet that was fired killing Donald. One person survived and told me that there was only one killer and his power must be a great martial artist. He must not make a mistake. Two ladies came closer and added that this killer with such abilities might not be from this base. As the workers were stacking the bodies, they noticed that this could be a demonstration of the consequences for them if they went against the steel teeth. Jake added that when they wanted to cooperate and form a trade route, they sent spies, and they said only one thing, that there is a leader of a group of ferocious beasts not far from the base of the steel teeth, who must soon change and become king, and the base of the iron tooth is threatened with destruction. They wondered whether the trade channel could actually mean an emigrant route. It could have been anything. Jake was already leaving when he added that the two forces would merge, and then the new and old would split into two sides. Jake noted that their Smith family cannot represent only their family. Jake bowed his head as he spoke of the leader of the whole old squad. Jake planned for their demon base to become a commitment to our Smith family. Jake asked Brian if he knew what to do next, and he bowed his head and took a knee to show his loyalty to his master. Brian was angry, saying that he needed to send a personal message to all family members to ask them to come and distribute the Miller family's resources. There was a noise in William's house, and various valuables began to fall out of the bag. The captain was frightened that so many tonics had spilled out of the bag. William stood proud. Windwolf was shocked because this pile of tonics cost more than his mansion, and said that the guy was very generous when it came to spending. Emma started shouting at her brother, saying that if she was getting all these tonics, then he shouldn't return them to the store and demand money. The money was for his wedding. William said it was really valuable. Before Emma could say anything, her brother put something in her mouth, telling her to try it first. Something started to happen with Emma. She was exuding energy, but she felt comfortable. William stood there looking at her, very happy for Emma. There was a voice from the house. Emma did not believe that her brother was really back, so she had to go to the forest because there was something she wanted. Recently, the Steel Tooth base sent people to the Lin base because of the beast threat that even the ancestral masters could not resist. They needed to increase their fighting ability. William was dressed warmly. He said he had to become stronger than he was now. The captain looked at William's sister, who was upset by the news. He had only recently returned, and now he was going alone again. Their hands intertwined, and she asked her brother not to leave and to stay here with her. William explained that he would only learn the technique of forging the foundation of the body, and that was all, and he emphasized to them to drink tonics on time and to cultivate well. Emma asked her big brother to be careful, and she told him to wait for her at home. William obeyed and promised to take care of himself and smiled. He was calm next to his sister. William asked the leader to take care of his sister. Windolf was no longer worried and asked to leave it to him and trust him, because now his little sister was now the captain's sister. A motorcycle with a guy was moving fast on the road, followed by a black car. The captain noticed a flag on the car, and he immediately realized that it was the men of the Steel Wolf base. William was surprised that they had come on such a large scale, and his sister was standing right there because she didn't understand it yet. The guy on the motorcycle was yelling all over the street that they had turned into Lin's base. He was Noah Davis, one of the 4 geniuses, and also the youngest of them, an elite master. It was the Davis family. They were moving in a convoy of black cars with Noah Davis in the lead. They flew at high speed past William, Emma, and Captain Windwolf. William was very unhappy with such guests at the Lin base. William appeared to have the whine of Noah David's statute. His level of cultivation was middle rank, and his sword level was novice. William thought his talents were quite high, although Noah didn't look like much, just a spoiled child. Noah drifted off, and the smoke from the exhaust pipes went to Emma. She started coughing terribly, not realizing what kind of hell it was, and that this guy had definitely gone overboard. William looked down at his head, wondering why he had a bad feeling. William was about to leave. He said that he had to leave them. The captain was shocked at William. William turned around and activated his talent for speed and ran away. Emma looked after her brother, wishing he would take care of himself. William arrived at Xiaoqian Forest and landed. It looked dead, dry trees without leaves, grass barely green. William started to walk away. The place seemed so deserted to him. William saw tracks on the trail, and he crouched down to get a better look at them, which were supposed to be the tracks of a black wolf panther. William now wants to find this black wolf panther to improve his abilities. The crows began to flock, cawing loudly, and William became alert. William looked up, and he felt an energy wave that fierce beasts were fighting there. He ducked down and headed over to see what was going on. The boy saw a strong and large monster, and smaller beasts moving quickly around it. William landed on a rock and began to observe the actions of the animals. The smaller and faster beasts were golden silk leopard dragons. They were very rare and stronger than the black wolf panther. William was amazed at how fast they were moving. It was definitely an advanced level talent. The gorilla swung her arm. She had the strength of an advanced level, and her strength was comparable to that of a great martial artist at the peak. The gorilla crashes his hand into the ground, ready to strike the golden dragon leopards, and even with an advanced level of speed, it will be difficult for them to defeat him. The battle between the beasts was hard, and William was thinking about how to get to this level. A golden silk leopard dragon came up and started licking something. William turned around and saw this leopard sitting next to him, quietly and calmly, without aggression. The little leopard started meowing, looking the boy straight in the eye. William was a little frightened and jumped away. He could not understand why the little leopard dragon was here and what he was hired to do. A shining aura, or as they say, the light of the soul, appeared around that animal, but William did not understand how the soul. The beast wanted to conclude a contract between master and servant. It wanted to offer the light of its soul and would be the most loyal servant to him. Its voice was like that of a little girl. William was surprised that the dragon leopard was talking. He had never seen one before. The little leopard agreed with him, calling him a master. William asked the beast why he wanted him as his master, and the leopard explained that he felt a speedy type aura from him, and it was a natural, familiar feeling. William saw the status window that it was a golden silk dragon leopard and had advanced level speed as well as an entry-level recovery talent. William marveled at the beast's talents. It had speed, endurance, and recovery, and he said it was God's beast. The little boy began to ask William to be merciful and save his parents. His mother was still pregnant. William stroked the little animal and named her Buddy, saying that she was his first animal, and Buddy thanked him. William is asked if he wants to copy the beast's talent. William was ready. He began to radiate a light aura, copying the talent of the beast. William was looking down on the gorilla if he had such high hopes back then. The guy summoned his shadow dagger, and with the animal on his shoulder, he promised to do everything he could to help them. William now has a lot of talent and is starting to improve it by looking for beasts with a better level of talent. William activated one of his talents. His tactic was to strike first at the enemy's weak points. The golden leopard dragons roared and were not happy. William told Buddy that he did not have the spirit of her mother, so he ordered her to tell her parents as soon as possible that he was not the enemy. Buddy was a little worried and started meowing to her parents to warn them about Wilma. The mother growled. William held out his hand with medicine for recovery and asked her to take it as soon as possible to protect the child in the womb. William was calm. His mother was slowly brought closer to him. She smelled what was in his hand, and he asked her to trust him and eat the medicine. She meowed as she said so and licked her medicine off Wilm's palm. The mother leopard dragon was immediately healed and felt much better, and the father of the animal came to her. Buddy wanted to tell his father's words, but William beat him to it, saying that he wanted medicine too, and his animal thanked him. The mountains were furious, and she waited for them to finish and started running at them. William looked up and saw a gorilla coming at them, and he asked Buddy if he wanted to run away. Buddy's parents began to growl, and they activated their talents for speed and were able to do everything in readiness to repel the attack. He looked down, asking if they wanted to let the gorilla go. William stood in the circle of dragon panthers. He would help them. The guy did not believe the 3 increased speed ranks, but he would not be able to kill a high-ranking gorilla. William was pleased, and he told Buddy that he was right in what he said, because he was also learning to fight. William, along with Buddy and his parents, ran to attack the enemy. William activated his strength talent and struck the gorilla, causing blood to splatter out. The gorilla began to fall backwards after William and his team attacked. Buddy's parents began to tear the gorilla apart with their claws. The ferocious beast roared in pain, and 2 leopards climbed on it, pulling at its skin. While the gorilla was lying down, William was already running at him, his fist ready to strike. William struck a blow that nearly split her snout in 2 and began coughing up everything inside. William hit the gorilla with all his strength, and so it made a bigger hole under him. William jumped back and a big smoke rose where the gorilla had been. The monster got up and looked very angry. He started waving his hands in the hope of catching it. William was surprised that the gorilla wasn't dead yet. Its body was really strong. A trail of talent quickly followed the gorilla. It was little Buddy. One click flew off the gorilla's big face and fell to the ground. Suddenly, the gorilla's body was lying on the ground, its head split into 2, and a pool of blood underneath it. Buddy ran over to call out to the master and jumped on William's shoulder. He was happy that they had won and repeated these words to his master and leaned against him. William gasped. Never in his life could he have thought that he would be fighting side by side with a ferocious beast. One of the older dragon leopards fell down and everyone ran to him. William was a little scared when he saw that the female leopard was wounded. Buddy jumped up and ran to his mom, and William assumed that she had injured her internal organs during the earlier incident. Fortunately, William has a habit of taking all kinds of healing medicines with him, and he showed them a bottle of elixir. William sat down next to the leopard and finally his medicine worked. William poured the medicine on the leopard's face so that it could get into its mouth. This medicine is just right for healing the internal organs. Mother thanked William with her meow. She felt much better. William was also happy that Buddy's mother was now well and feeling better. At night, someone would rustle in the grass and red glowing eyes would appear. Angry beasts appeared in the grass, growling and looking at William and the 7 golden cheetah dragons. Buddy said that these are black wolf desks and that they lured the gorilla here. William assumed that they wanted to replace the forest king, who is now a dragon, and Buddy confirmed everything he said. William was already set to attack. He apologized because he didn't want to agree. William jumped up and did a flip and headed for the black wolf panthers. William struck them. They moaned and writhed in pain. William killed the first black panther. Its body was lying in a pit. William took Buddy away from the panther's corpse, but he resisted and did not want to leave. Then William raised Buddy above his head and told all the black wolf panthers that he was now their king. Buddy was sitting in William's arms and was shocked to be proclaimed king. William followed Buddy's parents up the mountain, saying that she had just recovered and shouldn't be walking now. Buddy jumped on William and translated to his mother that she was feeling well and wanted to give him a gift in return for his help. William got to the cave. Buddy said that they had already arrived and it was inside. They just had to wait a little bit. Buddy went into the cave. One of the golden silk dragon panthers was guarding something, and he met William and his family. The mother leopard dragon showed me a flower. It was a connection of the spirit. Buddy looked over William's shoulder with cat eyes. He said it was his mother's gift to him, but she said it would bloom in 30 days. William thought about the gift. William was curious about the effect of this flower, and he was looking forward to finding the answer to this question. William shouted very loudly for them to use force. He shouted to the beast lying on the stone that its head had already appeared and to hold on to it. The mother gave birth to her baby boy, and William came over and leaned over to him, saying that another forest king had been born. A month passed, and the flower given by the female panther bloomed. William was delighted with the flower. It had a wonderful agrarian smell. William picked a flower and heard Buddy telling him to eat it quickly. William began to look at the flower. He did not understand why it was in such a hurry. William swallowed the berry, and the red color of the berry remained on his lips, and he went into shock. William felt something inside him and started screaming a lot. William fell to the ground, his face terrified, and leopards were heading toward him. Buddy was scared when he saw his master in this state. The guy was sleeping, and when he opened his eyes, he was a little scared. William went up with a very bad headache. He didn't feel very well. He grabbed his head. His brain feels that he has another type of spirit. The mental fortitude of great martial artists appears. Could he really have achieved this in the rank of an elite warrior martial artist? This will allow William to test people's talent from a distance of 50 meters. And William reached out his hand to check if it was true. He realized that now he might not only be able to view people's talents, but also to comedy them from a distance. A window popped up asking him to copy the stamina talent, but he didn't want to. It wouldn't be much use to him right now. He had other priorities. William could already go home. He had a huge win this time. William said that he would go a separate way from here, and thanked the leopard dragons for their gift, which helped him a lot. Buddy started crying. He ran to his master. He shouted that he didn't want to leave him and wanted to go with him. William agreed to take him with him, saying that he would take him to a girl who would like him a lot. Buddy burst into tears. He was touched and thanked his master. They quickly moved into the city and got to William's house. Buddy was surprised. He had never seen the outside world. He was curious about everything. William said that the outside world is very dangerous and called it lightly. William was running fast, and he turned around because he noticed someone off to the side. There was a man standing there, and he called out to him, asking if it was him. William's eyes looked surprised, and he thanked God that the man was still alive. William had a bottle of medicine in his hand when he saw the boy's condition. William sat down next to the man. First, he had to restore his energy, so he gave him high-level monster blood. William listened to the man, who told him that he had been robbed by soldiers from the Iron Teeth base. The guy said that their base was destroyed by monsters, and 100,000 people fled to our base, and now everyone is looting. There is chaos in the city, and William asked who is in charge of the base now. Mayman was evil, still run by the Smith family, but they were just front men. William predicted this would happen, and it did. The town was still living its life, and in the evening, soldiers were training in one of the houses. A warrior in knightly armor attacked a warrior. They fought, but it was just a training session. The warrior took a wooden stick and ran at the enemy in armor. The wooden stick broke into 2 pieces after a heavy blow. The warrior in armor lost again, but the master reassured him that his technique was better and he had talent. She was shattered by the fact that he was laughing at her, and she began to take off her armor. The girl was sweating after a hard workout and she sighed with relief. Emma turned around to see who was laughing and clapping at her. William stood by the wall, leaning against it, watching her practice. Emma was excited to see her brother. She did not expect him to show up. The girl ran to her brother and hugged him, saying that he had finally returned. He said that she was too excited to see him. William thanked him for his hard work. Emma is now a martial arts student, and the captain congratulated him on his return. William asked if they had heard anything about the Iron Tooth invasion. William heard. He asked if something had happened at home, but the captain assured him that the place was always safe. The captain added that when William left, Diana came to give this to him, saying that when they saw it, they would not dare to pursue them. Captain Windwolf handed him a red cross, a sign of the battle pavilion. William breathed a sigh of relief. It was very kind of her. The captain called out to him and he asked him, a little angrily, if he was listening to him. William looked with crazy eyes. He was very curious. A motorcyclist was driving through the city and he was picking up speed very quickly. Noah drove onto the sidewalk and lifted the front wheel so that the motorcycle stood on one, almost crashing into William. William was surprised by this gesture and Noah put his motorcycle on the road. Noah looked down on William and asked if his name was William. William was stern. He confirmed Noah's guess. He was a little glad that he had finally returned. Captain Windcliffe was watching over him. Noah started to get off his motorcycle, saying that William should know why he was here. Noah reminded him that tomorrow at 10 in the morning, they would duel for the ability to wield a bronze-ranked blade. Noah wanted to provoke William to see if he could dare to do it. William saw his status. He had a high-level cultivation and an intermediate-level sword skills. William was gathering energy in his hand. Of course he was ready to come. Noah was confused. William stood with his head proudly raised, happily accepting the challenge to the duel. As William thought, he was able to remotely copy Noah's talent and cultivation. He looked at William with contempt and said that he would wait for him. He was confident in his abilities and in his victory. Noah got behind the wheel and drove fast, and the captain and William watched him drive away. The captain said that William was too impulsive. Noah's power is unfathomable, and with the strength William has now, he will not be able to defeat him. William realized that his friend had no idea what he could do. William was looking at his talent window. Since his cultivation level was already high, he wanted to try to add another one. William wanted to copy his talent, so he clicked on the yes button. William opened the door to the balcony and entered, wanting to think alone for a while. Tomorrow is the duel, and William is looking forward to it to prove him wrong. There were a lot of people at Manhua Plaza. Everyone came to watch the duel. Noah David was already waiting for his opponent, and he was even a little bored. There were rumors that Noah had chosen a new place to duel again, and he hadn't lost a single fight yet. People whispered that it was unlucky for a man named William, whom no one had heard of, and they couldn't understand why he would challenge him to a duel if he was just a child. The crowd said that it was unlucky not only for the person who would fight, but also for the monument to Steve's merits, that it would probably be destroyed. They noticed that wherever there were duels, they destroyed the monument to the family's merits, and now it was the turn of the leaders of this base. Diana asked her miss if she thought William would come to the duel, and if he would be afraid, because she was worried about him. Emily asked me not to be angry for the young warrior, because even if he doesn't win, he will definitely survive. She was surprised that so many people came to watch the duel. The captain said that Noah always makes the duel violent. It's the influence he needs. Emma didn't understand how they could get through so many people. The girl was scared. She asked her brother why they shouldn't go back, because it looked very dangerous. William ruffled her hair so that she wouldn't worry about him. He said he would be back soon. It quickly disappeared and landed in another place, which was quite impressive. People began to stir, asking who it was that appeared, whether it was this person who was challenged. William was very well dressed in a luxurious black suit, and he thanked everyone for waiting for him. Noah had already stood in front of William. He thought that he would not come to the duel. Noah pointed to a box with a bronze-ranked sword skill in it, and he will get it if he wins. William looked at the box, and another book appeared in his hands. William showed me the book and pointed out that this was a bronze-ranked sword skill that met their criteria, and he threw the book at the other one, and Noah was surprised by this arrogant attitude. Noah was furious, and he began to draw his sword. He thought it was a great arrogance. Noah pulled out his sword and raised it, and he began to run quickly to attack William. Emma started shouting to William cautiously from the audience. William looked at him with his eyes. He had expected this outcome. Noah didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He was angry that he was only dodging his attacks. He said that this is why he has a rat zodiac sign. Noah tried to attack William again, but he ran under his sword. William prepared his fist and slammed it into Noah's stomach, making him bleed from the mouth. Noah began to fly with his sword to the ground. He could not withstand William's blow. The people watching the fight were surprised. William sent Noah flying with one punch, and everyone started wondering who this guy was. William defiantly asked if he still looked like a rat, and his fist glowed with the aura of attacking talent. Noah jumped up and stood parallel to William, asking him if he could move, because now he would not restrain himself. Noah landed. He drew his sword and prepared to attack William. He wrapped both hands around his sword and quickly charged at the enemy. William was shocked and flew away from Noah Davis's punch. Noah used his sword to cut the monument to Steve's merits in two. It fell with a terrible crash to the ground, and Steve's family members began to run toward it. Jake was furious that a bastard could do this to his family's monument. William ran up to the monument and noted that Noah was very good with a sword. Noah was surprised that William had managed to dodge his windstorm. William went to him as if nothing had happened. He was happy to prolong the fight for this purpose, and Noah was angry that he did not fight back because he wanted to see the sword skills. William confirmed it, because it could not be otherwise, because he did not see him as an enemy. It was all for the sake of demonstrating his sword skills. Noah was furious. He said he was going too far and jumped on William. He wanted to strike him from above and shouted for him to die. William broke his sword with one blow of his hand, and he was in shock. The piece of the sword began to spin and hit the ground, and Noah was already lying on the stone floor with fear in his eyes. Diane started screaming and cheering. She expected it from Wilm. It was cool. Emily was standing next to her. She thought it was strong. She was a bit embarrassed. William was destined to join her battle pavilion, and resistance was futile. William was standing by the table and decided to lift it to look under it and find the book. William thanked him for the windfall and opened the book as a reward. His sister ran toward William, and he turned to look at her. Emma and the captain came up to him. Emma praised him and congratulated him. She asked when he became so strong. The girl was delighted with him. Emma wrapped her arms around her brother and asked him when they would return home. She wanted him to teach her everything and wanted to be as strong as her brother. Jake watched as William, his sister, and a friend left the parade ground. He was angry that young Mr. William had won, but his family had lost the monument to Steve's merit had fallen. The man lowered his head and asked what they would do now. Jake asked me not to guard him for a couple of days, but instead to go guard William's sister. He promised that this family would not be left without attention now. Emma trained martial arts on the street with the captain of the Windwolves. The captain realized that, judging by all the big families, the Davis family would definitely come back to take revenge on William in particular. The captain looked at Emma, who was training, and he wondered what would happen to her. The girl opened a bottle of water to quench her thirst after a hard workout. Emma asked Captain Windwolf why he was looking at her like that. Her coach called her in for a minute, and she didn't understand what had happened. The captain put a cross on her, which was originally intended for her brother, and told her to wear it all the time and never take it off. The girl was delighted with the pendant. It was beautiful. She asked what it was. The captain asked her to take care of it like an amulet and make sure it didn't get lost, and she happily said she would. Olivia appeared out of the blue, running through the streets of the city to the captain of the Windwolves. The captain saw Olivia, who said she had found information, and he asked what she had found about the Steve family. She shouted that they were looking at stores to open their own business. Windwolf wondered if the Davis family could still keep their cool, meaning they wouldn't start killing until they had a solid base. The man pretended to be a garbage collector so that he wouldn't get so much attention. A month later, the man was still walking like a garbage man, and William came out of the house. He was calm and relaxed, but for some reason his attention was drawn to a man hanging around the trash can. The man noticed that the boy was using his mental powers to investigate him. He could not understand where he got his mental abilities, because only great warriors have them. William put on his cape. He knew that the Steve family had sent a great warrior to guard his home. How noble of them. The military market was very large in the city, and William went there. He walked and reflected that the captain of the Windwolves had learned several details about the Steve family's past over the past month. Noah's parents agreed to the marriage to ensure the purity of the sword talent. They even had a practice where if a child had any defects, they secretly fought against it. This family was crazy. Noah David stood on the street and invited everyone to visit his new store, with a 50% discount on all goods. The older man was happy for the young Master Davis. He wished him luck. Noah stood among the men and laughed, asking them to visit the store. A girl came up to Noah. She wanted to congratulate the young master. He smiled at her and thanked her. Wilm wanted to make a wish. He pointed his hand with energy toward Noah. Wilma's face was angry. He wished John Davis an early death. William was climbing the steps of the cemetery. He was there all alone. He sat down by the grave of his parents. He said that he had come to visit them. William told his parents about his plan, that he wanted to take Kama somewhere better, and they would leave the Steve's base. He wanted to see them before he left, and so they could see him. William wanted them to see how he grew up and became a strong warrior. Behind him, 3 bright spheres flew directly at William's back. The soldiers landed at the cemetery. They were dressed in dark clothes, and their faces were not visible. A man stood before him, his eyes shining brightly. William summoned his shadow blade and was able to defend himself from the enemy's attack in time. The man was bold. He said that to beat Noah Davis, you need to have certain skills. William was angry. He called the Davis family dogs and that he was waiting for him. They clashed their blades, and William wanted to make another maneuver. The man swung his sword and almost hit William's head. But William jumped away from him in time, using his talent for speed, and he missed and hit the ground. The man wanted to hear William thank him for not killing him after the duel, because suspicions would have arisen, but for letting him live another month. William rushed to attack, saying that he talks a lot, and the enemy did the same. They clashed in mid-air, but someone's sword was already flying at them. They fought all over the cemetery, moving from one side to the other. They constantly met with their blades, not allowing each other to use them. Their struggle was terrible and difficult, and traces of the energy of talent were everywhere. William noticed the flowers he had brought to his parents flying into the air, and because he was distracted, the enemy was able to strike him. The man pretended to be Noah Davis's master, Liam Brown. He said that Noah was like a son to him, and he had wounded him, so William had to die. He said it was a good place to die, a cemetery, and William picked up flowers from the ground. It was a wonderful place, he said, and Lima said that if he got down on his knees and begged them, he would have mercy and bury them together, and William put the flowers back. Liam laughed. He remembered his sister and asked him not to worry. She would also join them later. William got angry. He activated one of his talents and stood up. He said that now he was definitely asking for death. William quickly went to Liam and struck him a hard blow. He started screaming and falling down, but William did not stop. He continued to attack. He took Liam by the coat and lifted him up, sewing it behind him. William held it as high as possible to make it more painful to fall. Liam flew like an arrow downward with powerful energy past William. The whole forest was covered in smoke and dust after the fall of the master Liam Bryan. He was lying in the middle of the clearing, exhausted, with his dagger next to him. William was approaching him, and he was angry with him. Liam could barely see anyone approaching him, and William was furious, shouting, "Grandmaster, you're a Thundermaster," although it seems that he's not anymore. William started looking through his pockets, hoping to find something. He picked up a book about Shadow Blade, which sounded like a good blade skill. William took his dagger and said that this weapon was also much better than his previous one, so he was taking it for himself. William noticed that it was getting late and he had to go home for dinner, or he would be out again without saying anything, so he left. He was still cleaning the street next to William's house. William passed the janitor so close to him that he stopped working with his broom. William came back and smilingly invited his grandfather to come in for a drink of water, since it had been a month. The man adjusted his button and thought about William's suggestion. He took off his headdress and said that I would be under his care. They went to the house of the Wind Wolf captain and went to the kitchen, where many deliciously smelling foods were prepared. Emma was playing with Buddy, and the captain was sitting and resting on the bed when William came into the house. William asked his sister to make tea because they were having guests. Emma held Buddy close and was surprised, but agreed to make tea. The captain stood up and asked William who it could be, because everyone knew who he was. He said he was from the Steve family, Brian Ivy. The captain crossed his arms over his chest and repeated that he was someone from the Steve family. The captain shouted whether he was Brian and whether he was the older Ivy of Legends. The man pressed his hand to his chin, saying that the captain thought too highly of him. Emma said that the tea was ready, and when the captain came into the kitchen, he asked for the rest to be poured over it. The captain brought tea to the master. He said he didn't know the master was so polite and laughed. William approached the master and said that they needed to discuss something, and Brian realized that if young William invited him to his place, it must be an important matter. He asked if he could be disturbed to take his sister to the military pavilion, and Emma was surprised by her brother's decision. The master was drinking tea. He didn't think William had any connections there. He also saw a sign of the military pavilion around Emma's neck, a badge to be exact. Master Brian put a cup of tea on the table and asked me to entrust it to him. He would take his sister to the military pavilion himself. But first, as he left, he said he would give the captain the opportunity that the tea was not very good. The captain was shocked and looked at the tea brewing, and William laughed at him. William was very kind, and he said that this man's name was Henry Brower, and that he was loyal and brave, and he wanted him to join the Smith family, and then he would make a great name for himself. The master thought about it. The Smith family always welcomes ambitious people, so now he will be his apprentice. William pushed Henry forward, asking him what he was waiting for, to go and greet his master. The captain knelt down and asked the master to accept his bow. The master allowed him to get up, and Henry thanked him. He was happy. Brian thought that he had made a connection with William through 2 simple tasks, and that this was another achievement for the Smith family. Emma was a little angry with her brother. He had put them both in foster care. What was he going to do now? William began to deny that he would only do a couple of small things, and that was it. But Emma knew her brother well and did not believe him. She started yelling at her brother that it was definitely not a small matter and that he shouldn't lie and try to hide it. William said that it was true and that while he was away, little Buddy would protect her. Emma picked him up to see if he was really that strong, and William was a little worried about the animal. Emma sighed sadly. She told him to calm down because it was useless to convince him otherwise. Emma pulled Buddy close and hugged him, saying that he just didn't want to hear her. But she asked him to take care of himself and not to overexert himself because safety comes first. William smiled at his sister and promised to fulfill her request. 2 security guards were talking in the lobby. They said that another shift had passed, and nothing would have changed if they hadn't been there because no one would have dared to create problems on the Davises' territory. One of the guards noticed a guy in a hoodie approaching. One of them began to call him an idiot and uneducated, saying that only appropriate personnel were allowed in. But William was not in the mood for negotiations and knocked the 2 men off their path. The guard asked him what he was doing, but William didn't care and kept walking. William replied that he was not doing anything special. He was just cleaning up the trash. The man was running down the office corridor, shouting that they had bad news. The man was very scared. He said that someone had broken into their company and wounded 2 of their people. The man was drunk and thought that all the residents of the Smith base were cowards. The man laughed and said that someone had finally come to die. Solovic shouted loudly and told them to detain the person who had entered their company. A group of people immediately ran there to detain the man. Anyone who tried to approach William immediately flew to the end of the line. He would not let anyone near him. The man was walking calmly, thinking that they would catch the bully and bring him to him. William quickly struck one after another who tried to touch him. Solovic asked if he had wounded so many of his men who were lying in the hall. The owner, Alvin Davis, who was Noah's father and a great warrior at the top of the kingdom, was angry, and he asked the name of the warrior who had killed so many. William pointed a finger at him and said he was William while holding one of the attackers with his other hand. Alvin sighed and smiled. He said he had some courage to show up here. The man furrowed his brows a little and told the elders to make their move. William raised his head and looked up at the mountain with the elders flying toward him. He was a little confused as they surrounded him on all sides, forming a circle. One of them released a strange dagger with a very strong energy. He said control and impulses began to echo from his hands. William's hands were tied, and he didn't understand whether it was a talent for restraint or what. William fell face first into the ground, and people began to approach him from different directions. William was surrounded by 4 warriors who did not look like each other. Alvin was laughing because they had been waiting for days and only a baby showed up. The girl looked at the guy. She was smiling and said what a bummer it was. An elder approached them and said that he rarely took a step. He looked at the boy and said that it would be an honor for him to die here in his inevitable clutches. Alvin thanked the elders for their hard work and said that the boy was carrying treasures. He invited them to treat him to a meal, which would be a small gift for them all. One of the elders took William by the shirt, but William just laughed in response. William was very pleased with something and told him to guess. Alvin orders a friend to look for the young gentleman in the shop and that he must find him. The elder picked him up and asked his boss how to deal with him. Cluin ordered his tendons to be destroyed and then thrown underground. He took him by the neck and pulled him, telling him to walk faster. William broke free from the elder's grip and broke the chains in an instant. His hands were free, and the elder was surprised by this. He drew his dagger and immediately stabbed the elders, and blood began to flow from it. Alvin was frightened. He started shouting that William was hiding his abilities and that everyone should leave. Everyone immediately jumped away from William to a safe distance. All the elders were surprised by the boy's abilities. It was a strange phenomenon for them. The attacker was walking slowly, and the girl turned to the boys and said how strong his murderous intent was. He began to use different abilities to get to his goal. William began to run quickly toward Elvis, who shouted that he would come right after him. Alvin activated his aura. He shouted that he was going to show him his skills. William jumped and wanted to attack the enemy from the air. William was very angry. He hit Elvis with all his strength. Alvin screamed in pain because of the blow and said that this child was strong. William's next blow was a kick, and Elvis flew in the opposite direction. The warrior made a big hole in the wall, and he sat next to it, hoping to get back on his feet. He started shouting for them not to stand aside, but to take him. And the first to attack was the eldest in the masses. He was a strong opponent. They fought with William to see who had the most strength. The arena where they fought was on fire, and the floor was covered with traces of the fight. The thieves clasped hands again, and William noted that he had considerable strength. An old elder had already approached them. He was behind William. He wanted to touch him and order him to stand. His finger was already close. But William kicked the old man back and away. William struck both enemies in different directions at once, and they flew in the opposite direction. William stood between two burning elders who could not cope. William warned the old man that he would not fall for the same trick twice. William stood there laughing, pleased with the work he had done. The old man was angry. He told him to be careful and to look under his feet. William jumped up, but something began to wrap around his leg. As there were many deaths during this battle, and the old man began to behave strangely, a dark energy came from his mouth. There was a terrible monster behind the girl, and she said that it was her turn to take care of them. William decided to step back for now because he saw that it was a secret art, and she looked dangerous. William was running under the monster's head, and he had great speed. She ordered the monster to shoot, and there was a strong explosion of fire and smoke. Emily stood on the mountain and watched the explosion that occurred in mid-air. Emily crossed her arms. Who would dare to be so brazen in the city, she asked. Diana approached Emily to tell her that the great warrior was asking for an audience. Emily wondered why the old man was here again. She told him to leave. Diana added that this time he brought Emma, William's sister, with him, but she doesn't know why. Emily was already curious about Emma, William's younger sister. Emma and the master were sitting with a girl who came up to them and offered them some tea. The girl sat upset and stared into a mug of tea, constantly thinking about her brother. William was struck and flew away, unable to withstand it. The guy slammed me to the ground with great speed, and the darkness of the gunpowder went up. William was lying all beaten up. It was very difficult for him to move. Someone leaned over the pit where William was lying and said that it was not surprising from him. William was lying there screaming, and the two elders were discussing among themselves that even a grandmaster could not escape the blast of death. It was hard for Alvin to walk. He was dizzy and had a headache. Alvin thanked the elder because without him, they would not have been able to capture him. The girl was pleased with herself and glad to be praised by the owner. The elders stood and looked at the helpless William, who was lying in the dug hole. Alvin Davis smiled and ordered the elders to execute him. A dagger appeared from somewhere and flew straight at the elder, the oldest. Before the old man could turn around, the dagger pierced his heart. William laughed. He activated his talent for healing and began this process. The elders were shocked that the eldest had died, and Alvin could not understand how it happened. He was fed up. But the old man started walking along with a dagger in his heart, frowning and serious. The masked elder ran to the pit and discovered that the boy was not there and was still alive. The guy quickly approached him, tore off his mask and took hold of his head. The elder fell to the ground, his face distorted. William walked away from him and ran on to the other elders, but his goal was Elvis Davis. The guy stretched out his hand and said the words to return his dagger. And when William threw his dagger out of his heart, the old elder fell to the ground. William quickly began to run with his dagger in motion toward the next enemy. William quickly ran up to the girl and stabbed her to death. Alvin ran to the girl, but she was already lying dead, and William stopped next to her. Alvin was shocked that all the elders of the Davis family were dead. The head of the family stumbled and fell in front of William, who in turn said that it was his turn. Alvin drew his weapon, calling William a scumbag. He picked up his axe and ran at William, who stood there looking at him. He was screaming and running, But William was about to deliver his first fatal blow. Noah saw William's dagger covered in blood and a body lying under it. The boy got angry when he saw that it was his father, but William just smiled in response. The boy mocked him, saying that it was young Master Davis. William kicked his father, and he was glad that Noah had come and didn't have to look for him. Noah's tears came out, he screamed, his body grew bigger, and he swung to strike William. But William dodged his punch, and his fist missed the boy's face. William activated his power, and his hand became equal to Noah's. And the elite warrior struck the enemy directly in the stomach, and the Yanoya bent and flew away. He was terribly angry and screamed a lot. Spittle was flying out of his mouth. Noah Davis got down on his knees and hit the ground with his fist. He started pulling at the tiles with his hands, saying that William was a bastard and why he was the one. Noah Davis, the bathmaster, did not understand why they had such a strong difference in strength. Noah looked at William. His eyes began to burn, and he asked if he was a monster. Noah knelt down before William. He apologized to his father, but he was powerless against him. William ordered him to get up and grabbed him by the hair on his head. William raised his dagger. His eyes were crazy. He said he would then send him on his way. And he swung his dagger, and there was an explosion of energy, and William jumped away. Someone bent down on the pole, and William was surprised that there was light. He watched and did not understand what had happened, and what it was he could only guess. The sky turned dark red, and someone's silhouette appeared in the sky. The Grand Master appeared. He was an older man dressed in all black. He turned to the guy, asking if he was going to kill everyone and that he was a ruthless guy. The Great Elder repeated this to William. Noyan began to cry to him that he had killed his father and now let him kill him, but the elder said that he had to defend his family's honor. William seemed to have gone crazy. He said he should have killed him earlier with that barbed object. The Grand Master heard these words and said that he had to die then, and released a strong energy from his finger. But William managed to jump up and was not hit and jumped to another house. William was furious. He was running away from the electric energies, spheres sent by the Great Elder. The elder was angry that he was running away. He was still an ant in front of him, so let him surrender. Noyan started attacking. He realized that if the Grand Master started acting, he could destroy the whole city. But William wanted to interfere with this and jumped up and blocked Noah's passage. William looked at him with bloodthirsty eyes. He wanted him dead. The lightning bolt of energy went to the place where William was standing and struck there with a powerful explosion of energy. William and Noah looked great, as if they had just been baked from the heat. Noah asked the elder to aim at the right target, but he said that he was older and his eyes could not see as well. William jumped behind the elder and wanted to stab him in the back. He flew and shouted when he was close to the head of the Great Elder. William realized that he couldn't get through the Grand Master's head. William saw a primitive shield around the Great Elder. He pushed him away from the Grand Master and felt a strong, piercing pain. William from the wave of the shield. He began to fly straight down, falling to the ground. William stood up and started laughing. He realized that he shouldn't underestimate the Grand Master's strength. William tore off the rest of his t-shirt and prepared to go all out with the Grand Master. He walked up to the Grand Elder and stood opposite him. William had the initial Grand Master stage of the two only ones on the Iron Tooth base who favored suppressing the Steve base. William laughed at him because he had only one exceptional talent. William put pressure on himself, so it turns out that the Grand Elder is usually the Grand Master. The Elder was angry with him, which is what William meant. William began to behave defiantly, saying that he would not become a Grand Master, and given his age, he should stay out of trouble, because there would be no one to look after him later. Noyan began to add fuel to the fire, saying that he was arrogant and considered the base of the Iron Tooth as a stepping stone. William looked back at him and asked if the guy was still alive. Noah continued to shout that the Great Elder should turn him to ashes. The Elder was angry, so what Noah said went without saying. The Elder effortlessly struck William, and he flew away. The Elder was furious and shouted whether he had dodged his attack and that his speed was not so bad. William was already behind him and thanked the Master for the compliment. And William tried to strike the Elder behind him. William hurt only the Elder's cheek, but he did not move, wishing he had the strength. He activated his power and began to fall down. Below, an elder who had already made a hole in the ground raised dust after falling. He did not understand what had happened, or whether William had suddenly increased his strength. The elder stood up and realized that William was no ordinary cultivator, and they started running toward each other, ready to attack. The elder wanted to use his energy, but William was surprised that he had mental abilities. and William felt a strong energy hit him and he was instructed to fly back. The elder was furious and he began to beat William with his fists. He did not allow him to rest and recover, but grabbed him and continued to beat him. A sphere of energy appeared in his hand and he prepared it for him. There was a strong light explosion that was visible from everywhere. After the light explosion of the sphere, William lay unconscious, with a great elder standing next to him. The Grandmaster looked at the boy angrily, thinking that this battle was over and underestimating the boy. While the elder was looking at the young warrior, he had already regained consciousness and was gathering his strength. Noah stood by and laughed, glad that William was dead, but he hadn't seen him regain consciousness yet. With joy, the boy began to run to the body of the boy and the elder, praising him for what an amazing warrior he was. The Grandmaster began to cough heavily, covered his mouth with his hand, and was very frightened when he saw the blood on his palm. He could not understand whether he was wounded or not, and if so, how this guy could wound him. The great elder took Nguyen's head and said that he would leave the rest to him, because he needed to be healed before his injury affected him. The guy was scared. Snot was coming out of his nose. He didn't understand whether the Grandmaster was pressuring him because his body couldn't freeze. Noah stood over William, spitting on him and yelling that his family had finally finished him off, and now he would finish their job and feed him to the dogs. The warrior got tired of listening to him and finally got up and grabbed the boy by the throat and lifted him up, squeezing his throat. William was ruthless. He told him to repeat his words, but Noah could not say anything. His face was clenched and his eyes were red. The boy summoned his shadow blade, and while Nguyen was calling for help from the Grandmaster, the warrior slit his throat. The great elder saw everything and was disturbed by what the young warrior had done, and he ruthlessly killed the boy. William activated his talent for healing and all his wounds healed instantly, and he was angry that this man was still alive. The Grandmaster turned to walk toward the boy. He did not understand how he could have the talent of healing an immortal jellyfish. The man started to ask who he was, but the guy just said that he was an ordinary person who awakens weak talents. William used the Davis family's secret art of the wind slit and pointed it at the elder, who stood shocked by the boy's actions. The man could not dodge all the wind gusts, and several of them hit him. The elder became several times bigger and angrier, and he wanted to drag him down with him even at the risk of his life. The two fierce warriors fought each other in hand-to-hand combat, and William kept the upper hand by delivering merciless blows. A man appeared on the roof and agreed that they were only guests from the Iron Tooth base, but he said that he had not listened to the owners. Grandmaster Julian Wei from the Iron Tooth base approached the soldiers. He was one of those who advocated peaceful relations with the Lin base. The man started laughing at the boy's offer to fight because he did not want to interfere, because although they were from the same base, they had different positions. The elder became angry with Julian and activated a secret technique, and a strong energy jet shot upward. But William did not allow him to prove himself, and dealt a heavy blow and returned the old warrior to his previous place where he lay. The boy chose a new level of strength. He has now entered the realm of a great warrior. His aura has become stronger. The elder from the Iron Tooth base was pleasantly surprised that he was able to kill the Grandmaster as an elite warrior. William didn't like the old man's beating around the bush and explained that the base was of Iron Tooth and wanted to take a tough stance unlike him. Julian Wei hoped that the boy had satisfied his anger when he killed the Davis family, and now he wanted to unite with Lin's base and become allies. The guy laughed a little, saying that if he wanted to do that, he would have to make arrangements with Steve's family, because he didn't like the hassle. William was about to leave, saying that he had a meeting, but the Grandmaster was surprised because they were discussing details and the boy was acting like a child. Colin Steve is a great warrior, Patriarch Steve, and also a father. Then he was waiting in his house for his tree to bloom, and it was wonderful. Mason Steve came into the house. He was at the Elite Warriors pizza party, and Colin's son. He came to tell his father about yesterday's events in the city. The man said that the Davis family's house was attacked, but the soldier did not believe him, thinking that their elder was covering them. Mason was a bit alarmed when he began to speak for William, saying that he had killed an entire family, including a grand elder. Colin couldn't believe that the struggle between the hardline and moderate bases would end like this, in the hands of some guy. The man was pleased that his base and family were safe, but his son was alarmed that their Julian Wei had asked for a meeting this morning. The great elder from the Iron Tooth was already waiting and drinking tea in the room. although the man was surprised that he was already here because he did not give him time to think. Colin decided to go to the guest and ordered his son to provide William with security, and if he wanted power, let everyone support him. The man was very strict and emphasized that everyone should remember that William should not be offended in any way. Emma sat at the table and thought about her brother while I found out about the affairs of the owner of the pavilion because they have been here all night drinking tea. The captain was anxious and asked how much longer he could wait, but the master drank his tea calmly and said that they had known each other for a long time. When Emily came into the store, everyone was very surprised to see how much she and William's sister looked alike, and Henry was alarmed. Emily stood still and looked at Emma and asked why she looked like her. The girl who served the tea said that she also noticed it and thought that it might be the lost twin sister of the owner of the pavilion. The master assigned William's sister to Emily and explained that he had instructed him to accompany her to the battle pavilion to seek protection. The hostess asked that it not be so formal because she knows everything that happened last night at the Lin base. The girl was angry that Emma looked like her, but she was also angry at the boy because he saved her because he saw her as his sister. Emily came up to them and asked her name and later asked her to call her big sister with joy on her face, but Emma was puzzled. The martial arts market was noisy, with vendors urging people to visit their shop with a large selection of blood or items. William was surprised to see Emily here. She leaned against the wall and said she was waiting for him and that he was a big shot at Lin base now. Fixing her hair, the girl did not dare to be careless and asked him if he agreed with her. The guy looked at Emily with his eyes and saw her status. He didn't expect to see her improve her talent to the highest level. The warrior looked at her and admired her. It was definitely related to the treasure from the Lake of Death and her improvement. He thought she was an amazing woman. Emily was angry with William for staring at her like that because it was wrong, so she grabbed his shirt and asked him to go for a walk. As they walked the streets, she asked him how he felt about the fact that the Steve family wanted to help increase his influence. The great warrior replied that he was not interested in such things, but the girl was surprised and asked him what he planned to do next, whether he planned to grow himself. The guy breathed in some air and said he wanted to leave this place and go to the Demon Sea. Emily was very surprised. The girl watched William leave her. She could not believe that he was going to leave. He stopped and asked if she wanted to continue the walk. When Emma saw William, she ran to hug him, and he told her that she was too pushy and needed to be more feminine. The boy was a little shy when he saw the master and Henry, but they welcomed him back and thanked him for protecting his sister. Emily was a little annoyed and told Diana to tell the man to come into the office. She wanted to discuss something with him. Mark Travis came to the owner of the pavilion and asked her if she had really decided to do it, but she had to do it and would do the rest. William had already prepared a car to leave, but representatives of the Steve family tried to dissuade him. He would have gotten along with them. The guy thanked him for the car. If the master had been younger, he would have gone with him. He admired the young hero with high aspirations. The captain was surprised that Emily wouldn't come to see him off. They were good friends, and William looked into the distance as if waiting for her. The protagonist no longer wanted to wait for her. Emma started shouting at the captain that he should work on his improvement and not relax. The girl started shouting to wait and opened the door to the car. She started rushing the others to do the same. William was surprised. He asked her if she was also going with him, and she said yes, because otherwise she wouldn't have been sitting in the car. The soldier told Diana and Emma that they would sit in the back, and in the cabin, the guy asked the girl why she decided to go with him. The hero was pleased and said that if she wanted to leave, she should have asked, but she got angry and said that she wanted to, and that he had nothing to do with it. The group said goodbye to the men, and the master added that William's future was indeed worth looking forward to. There was noise from the girls in the car, and Emily asked William if he wanted to take part in a secret demon-based test. Diana was shocked by the boy. She did not understand how he became a great warrior when he did not know what secret worlds were. The Secret Kingdom is an alternate dimension related to a catastrophe that happened a long time ago, where heroes fall through the rifts and seek adventure and treasure. Every year, many soldiers are going to undergo tests, which is one of the most important ways to improve their abilities. William was very interested in this event. Emily explained that these gates will only open for great warriors like them. Another fact about the portal is that if a warrior of a higher or lower rank wants to enter, he will be destroyed by the secret world. Emily also talked about slots, which are in high demand and are important in the exploration of secret worlds, but the Moore family has to lose one. The guy was smiling and looking at her. She had been through so much, he didn't want to disturb the others, so it was better for him not to leave. The girl got angry and grabbed the wheel, saying that he was too moody and didn't behave like a man, and the car skidded. William decided to spend the night at an abandoned campsite. He felt happy and very satisfied with the day. Emily followed the warrior and asked him if he really wanted to go to the secret kingdom, because such an opportunity is very rare, and who knows when the chance will come. The hostess emphasized that it was very important for the soldiers, and William wanted to take part, but it was the first time he and Emma had ever left the Lynn base. The guy looked at his happy sister cooking with Dana, and if he wasn't there, he couldn't be sure of her safety. The girl laughed a little that he had decided not to go to the secret kingdom because of this, so the warrior was a little angry about it. She explained that the demon base had a branch of it, and so he could leave Emma with it, which made William pleasantly surprised. He was a little shy and invited her to participate together, but she asked him not to be shy when the time came. Diana interrupted the conversation between the two young men and asked how they wanted to get to the demon base, quickly or slowly, and enjoy the view. They both said in unison that they liked the two scenarios, which impressed the assistant. Emma came up to them and said she wanted to enjoy the trip and see the world around her and asked if she minded. Everyone agreed to the girl's proposal and no one argued with it. And after a night's rest, they could continue on their way. 3 months later, they finally reached the demon base, a city that was quite large and located in the middle of the sea. In fact, the demon base is a large-scale base with a population of tens of millions and has prospects for warriors. The sailor announced that they had arrived at the base and began to drive people off their ship, but to go ashore carefully. William was impressed by how big and beautiful the place was. Emily added that it had a couple of neighborhoods. A car pulled up and stopped, and the driver of the military pavilion got out and greeted the miss on her arrival. William was surprised by the workload of the pavilion, and Emily asked Diana to take Emma to the pavilion so she could rest. The girl was a little worried, but her brother reassured her and said that he would be fine. But her sister asked him to take care of her, and she would wait for him. They walked through the city. There were many ordinary soldiers. They probably came to watch because there were not many great soldiers. One of the men in the crowd shouted that a spatial rift had appeared in the sky, and one of the base's combat helicopters was flying near him. William was surprised that people could pass through such a small portal, but the girl explained that it had to be broken by force. The king rose into the air. He was going to break the portal. Emily pointed to the mountain and said that this was royal power, that he was flying. The warrior was surprised. Now he knows that after the Grandmaster comes the royal level, and he thought about it. Regis Moore was a royalty from the Moore family. Who would have thought that the demon base had such a powerful man? William wondered how the man would be able to break the cosmic rift he was watching. The king activated a secret technique and touched the portal with one finger with great force, which looked tiny against the background of his finger. He easily broke the portal, and the people standing below began to praise him and rejoice in this action. William was very interested in learning about the royal level, and he also knew that in addition to the highest level, there is a transcendental level. The guy was impressed and didn't want to miss this chance, so he copied his cultivation talent. A homophone was heard on top of the tower, saying that the passage to the secret kingdom was open and that you could enter it in 5 minutes. William watched as everyone congratulated Regis and wished him many years to come. He realized that he was hiding something, but now he could not continue the conversation and would wait for another chance. Emily showed the guy an interdimensional bag where you can keep many things and a GPS watch and gave it to him, because they will be useful there. The warrior thanked her for it. He realized that they did not know where they would end up once they got to the secret kingdom, so they needed to regroup as quickly as possible. The girl was a little angry, because if they couldn't get out within a month, they would have to wait 10 years for a new portal to open. A large man stood behind the boy, and he did not understand who invited him. Was it his sister, a pro, because such a guy cannot have the level of a great warrior, and he does not want to be deceived. The two guys behind him felt a strong and oppressive aura from the big man, and everything he looks at is trouble, and they should stay away from him. Emily was angry and asked Edwin Boy to be more polite to his friend. The man laughed. He couldn't be nicer to him because this guy from a small town stole his position as a buddy. The soldier tried to make William angry by provoking him, and he ordered him to go home and not to see him here again. The girl was a little embarrassed for her old friend, but their conversation was interrupted by a loudspeaker announcing the discovery of a secret kingdom. Emily asked him if he was going to enter the portal while he was warming up, and they both headed for the entrance to the fissure. Emma was already in the car driving to the combat pavilion, looking down the road and mentally telling her brother that he had to come back alive and unharmed. William walked through the portal and fell to the ground, his buttocks aching from the fall. He stood up and looked around. He saw a dark courtyard in front of him. It was a secret reality. He took a step and picked up a flower from the ground. It was a centuries-old ginseng spirit, and when he looked ahead, everything was sown with it. He was happy about this miracle, because now he would be rich, and he took out his space bag and put all the flowers in it. The guy was happy and immediately remembered his sister, because if she had seen this wealth, she would have fainted. William decided to look around and saw the corpse of a warrior. He must have been killed by a monster when he first came, so the boy should not let his guard down in this world. The warrior's watch beeped and showed him Emily's location and some other marks around her. Apparently she was in trouble. The girl was exhausted from fighting the monsters and called for help from the boy to hurry to her. William was already on his way to her, but it was already very difficult for Emily to resist the last-minute boyfriend on the nose of the monster who was preparing to strike. The warrior asked him to leave the rest to him, and he quickly dealt with the goblins with his shadow blade. The girl was already thinking that maybe now with him her father's wish would come true. William did not understand how she, such a strong warrior, allowed herself to be wounded by these little creatures. She explained that she had been wounded by a demonic eye python, a high-level beast, not a goblin, and that it had a talent for illusion. Emily got up and said that she had used a prohibited technique to escape, but was ambushed by them. She added that there are not only precious treasures here, but also opportunities to die, and this was only the beginning. The owner of the pavilion drank a healing potion and began to meditate to heal from her wounds. William was curious and asked her if she knew where all the natural and rare treasures were, as she knew more than he did. The girl said that there was supposed to be a quarry for birthstones here, but the family had already looked at it. The guy was surprised and asked if that was her goal as well, but she said no, because she wanted to find the treasure her father left her. Emily told us that 20 years ago, when her father was here, he found a rare treasure, but it was guarded by a sinister beast with a talent for teleportation. She was serious, because this time she came here for this treasure that William was surprised by such a talent. Her father assumed that it was a catastrophe beast with perhaps an average level of spatial talent, but it was incredibly dangerous. William thought about it because here is an average level of spatial talent, and the king has only a beginner level, so this is an opportunity for him to have a higher level than he copied. Emily understood that her body had already recovered enough to move. The guy wanted to know what kind of treasure the girls were chasing, and she told him that it was a divine flower of the soul and helped to raise talent to the top. One stem of a flower is equal to the power of the norms of a master of a higher level, and if you eat one such flower, you can dominate others. William's eyes lit up. Emily got angry because he needed it not only for her, but also for him and his sister Emma, but he didn't need it as much as his little sister. The warrior asked how many stems the flower had, and the girl thought that after all this time, some of them had either been damaged or had grown since there were 10. The warrior woman said that there was not enough treasure for everyone, but she was ready to share it equally with him. But he had to promise that he would fight the monster with all his might. The guy didn't know where the treasure was, so he asked her, but she just asked him not to worry and to follow her, and she would bring it to him. Although William was interested in the divine flower of the spirit, he was more interested in spatial talent. The warrior ran after her and asked if her father had come up with a plan after all these years, and she threw him a plate of the formation array. Her father had spent a lot of money on it. The formation itself had a strange pattern of forbidden spatial talent, and it could reduce the effectiveness of teleportation. She explained that all things oppose each other, and if there is an invincible creature, it is only because its natural raven has not been found. William thought about it, and the girl asked him to put all his efforts into the plate, but it only works for 3 seconds, and then only within a radius of 800 meters. She had a plan to first use the plate, then activate the forbidden arts and collaborate with him, but because of the python, she can no longer do so. The guy understood the girl's hint that she couldn't wait any longer, and he was ready to do whatever it took to get him. They arrived at the cave, and Emily said that the flower of the divine spirit and the beast of spatial talent were inside. William offered to attack him first, but she stopped him because they had to prepare a squad first, and then he could lure him out. The beast was sleeping. When it heard the noise, it instantly opened its eyes and took off. This sensory ability was their peculiarity. William was surprised by the bat's talents, and when it was ready to fight, he commanded it to set up a formation. When Emily ran, the bat attacked him and hurt him. He realized that the teleportation talent is amazing and has differences from the speed talent. And if the warrior was right, he wanted to drag out this battle to enjoy it, and activated the talent of healing. The girl was activating the plate of the formation array, and asked William to hold on a little longer, because she would soon be done. The bat chased the guy and tried to strike him, but failed. The warrior's speed was better than the monster's teleportation. Their struggle was intense, each trying to strike, and later William was shouting to the girl when the formation was ready. Emily screamed that it was 3 seconds, but it seemed to last forever. The warrior was trying to dodge the monster and run away. The girl activated the formation, and the monster was imprisoned in a space prison. She breathed a sigh of relief that they had succeeded in this battle. The monster activated his giant talent, and Miss was a little scared because the formation could not withstand such a force, and shouted at him to seize the moment. She was surprised to see how with one blow so powerful he cut off the monster's head. William was upset that such a wonderful treasure could be used only once, and picked up 1/2 from the ground. Emily began to suspect that he was hiding his power, but he immediately denied it, claiming that the formation had worked. The boy immediately changed the subject to the heavenly stalks, saying that first they had to see how many were left, because it was important, and the girl ran to them. She hoped that there were a couple of stems left in 20 years, but she had a strange feeling about William and his power. The warrior was pleased with himself. He took out a space bag and moved the monster in it. It was a jackpot for him. Miss was very happy that there were still flowers of the heavenly soul, and there were 8 stems, and began to collect them, 4 of each. When he entered the cave, he felt a rather familiar aura, but he did not understand whose, and a girl came up to him and gave him his harvest. William recalled that he had felt such an aura from a small golden belt when he was looking for spiritual fruits. Emily was surprised by the boy's behavior, because they had already taken the heavenly flowers, but William said that if she was in a hurry, she could go first and he would catch up. She was annoyed that he didn't have enough heavenly flowers, because greed is the enemy of treasure hunting, and one must understand the principle of moderation. The girl was annoyed because she was telling him all this, and he continued his search and did not hear her. William activated his power talent and broke the wall in the cave. As it turned out, there was a secret cave still, and it was really a discovery. When they entered it, they saw an amazing flower. It was an earthen ginseng, a lotus, but they had a hunch that it was a Musella laziocarpa. Emily told us that it is a very rare flower, and the market price for it is 5 times higher than for the soul flower, but it is not in demand because no one wants it. This flower can only raise the level of an innate talent, and cannot level the innate talent to which it is applied. She explained that the flower can only encourage new evolutions, for example, and if used to speed, a person could have wings. This flower does not have much use, but it has a 1 in 1,000 chance of being bought only by the rich to change their innate talents. William became curious, since his innate talent is copying, and what kind of evolution he might have after taking the flower. He wanted a business deal. But first he had to pick a flower, and Emily got angry with him about it. The girl warned him not to take everything for himself, but he just laughed and reassured her. He offered to exchange the flowers of the soul for half of the lotus, since he had a share in both this half and the killing of the beast. Emily was very surprised because he offered a much higher price for this flower. Does he not think about what he is doing? Miss decided to teach him a lesson and agreed to this deal. So William gave her his 3 flowers of the heavenly spirit and took them into her pouch as if she had received them for free. She thought about this secret mission and managed to earn 7 stalks, and now she could negotiate with that person. William started to meditate, and his talent evolved, and now he can copy the talent twice a month, and was a little bit happy about this small victory. He was amazed at the range of his possibilities when he wanted to find and copy the talent of a scout. The guy was happy with the deal. He was ready to exchange even 10 flowers because he got much more and it was worth it. His next step was to merge with the spatial talent, and after that he realized that this was the strongest talent he had ever seen. A cube appeared in his palm, but it had only 30 cubic meters. But now with the pocket inventory, he can protect all his things. William put a space pouch in his cube and was ready for a new harvest. Emily was sitting and dozing while waiting for the boy, and when he came up to her, he still couldn't understand why she looked so much like Emma. She stood up and dusted herself off when she noticed that William was already near her and had finished his coolie. The girl said that she had gotten everything she wanted and could now leave the secret kingdom, and the warrior was surprised that she wanted to return so quickly. William hesitantly said that he wanted to practice a little more in the secret realm. Maybe he would come across some treasures. Emily was angry because he didn't know this place and it could be dangerous for him, but he reassured her that he was strong enough to be safe. The warrior offered to take her to the teleport point and they could arrive there before dawn, but the girl just sighed heavily. The girl was tense. She wanted to make him come back with her, and they had to come up with a plan. When they were running to the point, they saw an explosion. They must have been fighting for the treasure, but they could not feel who it was because they were too far away. For William, it was an opportunity to test his talent, and he saw weaponry as one of the sub-skills of his talent. There was a battle between two warriors. Since the beast was already dead, one of the warriors wanted to take all the treasures for himself and advised the other to stop trying. When William and Emily got to the mountain, they saw a fight between Kaiju Steve and Jimmy, but she didn't understand because their families were on good terms. William realized that they were fighting for a treasure, but he couldn't figure out where it was, but he noticed something in the monster's mouth. The two warriors fought so desperately that each blow exhausted the enemy, and they both died instantly after the last clash. They headed for the monster, but the warrior suggested that whoever found the treasure should keep it for themselves and not share it with an ally. The guy is ready to admit defeat because she found the stem of a spiritual flower and asked him not to blame her later, but she was surprised when he started to speed up. Emily got there faster and ran to the fallen to take their space bags and keep an eye out for more treasures. The girl went up to one of the fallen soldiers and said that he could have the animal for himself because it was not worth much on the market. Miss was furious and shouted that he could take it and do whatever he wanted with it. She raised her sword and asked him not to be so cranky because a corpse has no value, but the guy still tried to give her a chance to change her mind. William opened the mouth of the beast and took out a stalk of spiritual grass. She was very surprised and wanted to see it. She grabbed his hand and started shouting that it was a flaming spirit herb and wanted a deal. But first, he asked to know more about the herb. The flame spirit herb had only one ability, and those who consume it can gain the talent of flame. She emphasized that ordinary people do not have unique talent, and for such families, this high-level talent is extremely valuable. William thought about it and realized that he could already copy without restrictions, so it was useless for him, and she admitted that one of her ancestors had this talent. Her relative really needs a unique talent, and if he gets it, he will be able to increase his strength tenfold. She was surprised that the guy would just give her such a valuable treasure, explaining that neither he nor his sister could use it, so it was logical to give it to her. The guy turned around and said that he would look around and see what was worth his time. Emily looked at him. Apparently, this was the difference between him and the others. Some people are ready to give their lives for this flower, and some people are ready to give it to someone else. William is really the person who will do great things in the future. William realized that if he gave her this flower, she would owe him, and he didn't want to take a loss over a gain. The guy walked the girl to the portal. She asked if he really didn't want to go back with her, but he was determined. She realized that she would not convince him, so she gave him her pocket money and a flower because his sister needed it. Emily warned that there is a limited time to stay here, and the closer to the end of the month, the harder it will be to return. She also warned him about King Moore, that if he saw anyone from his family, he should run away, because there was an expert of royal rank in their family. He thought about the girl's words, and she began to call out to him and said that she would be waiting for him outside. Miss headed to the portal and realized that it would probably develop faster than she did, so she had to start improving faster. William had already adjusted when he got rid of the burden. It was his field, and he was ready to develop further. People started whispering to each other that the people who left faster didn't have enough strength and came back without treasure. Emily had a bad landing and was lying unconscious on the pavement, and people wanted to take her treasures for themselves. A man ran up to her, asking her why she was seriously injured and what had happened in the secret realm. Before telling us what happened, she asked us to return to the base first. The king thought that she must have fought a ferocious beast and therefore had to flee and probably did not bring any treasure. The man looked angry. He was waiting for his milk cow to come to him and did not waste time waiting. The driver was surprised that she had only superficial wounds and was not badly injured. He could not understand what had happened. Emily drank a healing potion and explained that there were experts at the entrance, waiting to lie in wait and snatch all the treasures obtained in the secret kingdom. She explained that she had to crouch down, severely wounded, and had to run to save her life and escape safely. He asked if she had found any treasures there, and Emily confirmed his words and said that she had found the spirit herb of flaming talent. The man was shocked and even broke out in sweat because it was the herb of fiery talent, which is capable of giving talent to others. Emily wanted to ask her uncle for a favor, and he told her that she had made a great contribution by finding this flower and could ask for whatever she needed. She had a simple request to see their ancestor, but the man was surprised and began to stutter. The girl understood that because of the difference in the clan, she should not see him, but it was very important to her, and she hoped that her uncle would help her with this. She was serious and said that if he didn't see him and give him the herb in person, she would destroy it. Her uncle tried to find a compromise, but Emily was stubborn. She just wanted to see her ancestor, and that was it. The man sighed sadly. He had no choice but to prepare and take appropriate measures. Emily came out of the bathroom happy because it had been so long since she had taken one. It was quite refreshing. The girl opened the window and looked up at the sky, wondering how he was doing in the secret kingdom. William killed more monsters. He believed that there were no one here who could resist him. A girl knocked on Emily's door and told her that an elder had invited her to the meeting room. Elder Elijah was the ancestor of the family, and he sat back and praised her for finding the flaming grass, which meant fruitful labor. Emily was calm in front of her ancestor, and he asked her what kind of reward she wanted from him for such work. The girl became serious. She wanted to meditate and try to reach the stele of enlightenment. She fell to the floor from the gust made by the elder. The girl was surprised by this action. The ancestor explained that there are rules both in the country and in the clan, and they must be followed, and he would not make an exception for her, and showed her the seal. The man gave her a personal secret tablet, and with it she will be allowed to reach the stele of enlightenment. The uncle brought the elder 6 stalks of divine soul flowers and 1 flower of fiery spirit talent. The man asked why he had allowed Emily to go to the stele of enlightenment, since he had been against it before. The elder was calm and pleased. He explained that he liked her stubbornness, so he changed his mind about it. He was watering the flowers and added that she reminded him of himself when he was young and handsome. William was climbing up the mountain to pick another spiritual flower, but when he picked it, he could not hold on and fell off the cliff. The boy fell down by the river. He found his flower and decided to put it in his magic cube. The warrior sat down to rest. He was happy because in a couple of days he was able to find many fragrant plants. He reflected that he had made a great profit, especially if he added to it the money he would receive for the beast he had killed. William has changed into clean clothes and will probably get a good night's rest tonight, but he still has to find something to eat. A scary and wild boar stood in his way, but he quickly dealt with it and was already preparing his dinner. The guy was enjoying the cooked meat when a rodent snatched a piece from his hands. He was stunned and did not understand what had happened. William got angry and chased him, shouting how he could eat his meat and that he would kill him. He looked at the rodent and couldn't believe that he had a talent for treasure hunting, so he decided to test his guesses by looking at his status. The guy decided to ask him if he knew where the energy cameo's mine was. Fiolatova said that she has a talent for treasure hunting, so she can pinpoint the location of this mine. He was happy to talk to the animal, so he asked to take it there, to which the rodent agreed and called him a master. William apologized to Emily for not keeping his promise not to offend the Moore family, but the clash would not go away. He wanted to steal everything from under their noses. The great warrior jumped down from the mountain and headed for the stone, but the rodent warned him that he was nearby, but could feel some other people near him. The guy activated his spatial talent and saw a lot of bodies there. It must have been a tough battle. He activated the teleportation talent and moved closer to the stone and asked the beast if it was really there. As William watched the battle continue, someone called out that the elements of the earth were a forbidden curse, a canopy. The warrior wanted to exploit this deficiency and pushed his spear into the ground, causing an earthen spire. The two warriors stood opposite each other watching the movements, one surprised that the genius of the Walker family had managed to kill so many members of the Moore family. The girl was ready for a good fight, because now it was her time to have fun. She went on the attack saying that it was now her treasure, but the man just laughed and provocatively told her to try to take it away from him. They used different methods to attack, but the genius was impressed by the fact that she was able to cover her weapon with her wind talent and break the strongest shield. Their struggle was hard. They tried to strike the enemy and sometimes succeeded, but it looked like the girl was having fun. But the man did not give up. He said a spell of the fallen heavens and the stone fell directly on her and she managed to dodge it. He was impressed by this because it was a top-level talent and it's hard for anyone to avoid it. But he only made the girl more angry. She flew at him with her sword, casting a spell forbidden in the language of the wind, a pale blade, and it struck the man. The girl wanted to make sure that there was really a mineral vein behind him, but the man did not give up because he had been searching for it in the secret realm for 10 years. William sat and watched the battle. He heard everything, and especially that the mineral vein was inside this cave. The guy didn't see the vein there because of his spatial talent, but he felt some kind of forbidden restriction. The girl laughed at him that he would not let anyone touch her because she was not sure that he could protect her at all. She realized that it was dangerous to consume such spiritual herbs here, but she had a strong urge to kill him right now in this town. The warrior was a little scared because this spiritual plant enhances spiritual energy and can multiply a person's talent. William was shocked and thought she was crazy because the likelihood of a user exploding if they use the plant in this way is high. After taking the herb, there was an explosion of energy, but the girl remained alive and now her talent level has risen to a transcendent level.